Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It is Saturday night. Good to see you, Last Dance in RW and Random Goon. What is up, man? Cool. Good to see you, man. And Jestivo, welcome. Some WD-40. Wow, okay. Water displacement formula 40 in the house. Do you guys call it IWD over there? I wonder. Possible, but doubtful because it's a product name. All right. Anyways, let's dispense with the formalities and get this thing going. You ready, Last Dance? Cool. How you doing?
All right. Good evening. Happy Saturday.
Same to you.
To you and the everybody else watching.
Yeah, for sure. Nice day for you. Everything good for you over there?
Yeah, it was fine. You know, a little bit of rain. It's kind of a gray day. Not too cold, but I would rate it as like a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10.
It was cold and clear and crisp up here. Bluebird conditions. Very nice.
Yeah.
So it was good, fun day. Family for sure. Guitar, I haven't really been doing the guitar thing, dude. But I could, if you'd like. It's a request. So I can do it for you, my friend. Let me just say Megadeth has released a new song, and it is spectacular. And go check it out sometime. Blues, yeah, I can play the blues. I try to mix it up a little, but if you want to hear blues, I can do that. All right, do a little guitar for Random Goon.
All right, let me hop off so that you get the full screen.
How's the sound? Okay. Good. I have a song that I'd like to somehow work on with Random Goon. It's an original. It's a slow song, but it goes something like it's just like kind of an ethereal sort of wispy sort of song, but I feel like that you could throw a nice little lead over, and it would have a breakdown into a more of a verses or a chorus. I don't know how the breakdown would work, but that part would be more like. Sort of a little play back and forth. Yeah, I have short hair. I cut my hair a while ago, bro. You wanted some blues? Maybe not the same song. started melding that into a Stevie Ray Vaughan song called Life by the Drop, which is a great song. And he's back. What's going
All right.
on?
That was outstanding.
Thanks, man.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Yeah. Blues just comes natural. Been playing for a while, so it's always a go-to for fun stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But what were you, RW, talking about? That sounded like an interesting conversation. Thank you, English Bottle Cap and Chris Wright.
Well, we were talking about Trump and Epstein.
Yeah.
And do you think it's real? And if it's real, what's going on with the timing? Why is it coming out now? It's
Well, what is your question? Do I think what's real?
well, what's real is Trump implicated in the Epstein files, for one, in Epstein's dirty business, for two, which are two different things, and three, is Trump actively trying to cover it up?
There does appear to be some sort of sweeping it under the rug going on by some Republicans for some reason. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, a person who I was never really a fan of for much, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is saying that too. She's just basically like, well, I mean, either way, the information should be released, whether it's going to harm him or harm us. It's to censor it, to not release it is complete horseshit, you know?
Yeah, and all this Ghislaine Maxwell business, there is no good. The only explanation that I could see for giving her some sort of relief is if she is willing to cover up Trump's involvement, however major or minor it may be. There's no other the crimes she is accused of and almost certainly committed were quite serious. She's not just somebody swept up. She was she was a critical cog in the Epstein minor trafficking enterprise. So she was convicted as a very serious offense, and she's already been given some relief in terms of her prison has been changed,
her treatment, right,
to a better arrangement that is atypical, if not unheard of, for sex offenders.
Sure.
So that's already an enormous red flag without doing anything more.
Something that me and Last Dance didn't agree on. So I believe in distraction, and it seems, but he does agree in timing for Epstein information to keep coming back in a cycle. If it's a distraction from my worldview, the question is, what is a distraction from? And if it's a timing thing, why now? Because they're a year early for any type of political midterm or anything like that. So it's just, to me, it's confusing why it keeps surfacing kind of randomly.
Well, I think it keeps surfacing because it's not been resolved. So there's an underlying question there.
Right.
So
we've been told there's no more information, and then there's more information released, and then I'm just confused at what is this information that is being released? Is any of it legitimate? To me, it seems like a massive theater. I understand that Epstein was a horrible person that did horrible things, but what information is there really? Who has it? I'm a little bit confused at this point in time.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a that would be like a preview. They could say what information they have without naming names. They could say, well, this information names 6 prominent people, and leave it at that. And everyone will start guessing who it is.
Right. They already are.
And they will. But you know, that would be, I think that would be part of the transparency while you're deciding what can be released. And it's, you know, I do appreciate that you don't want to smear people who may have just been present with that somehow implicates them in actually having sex with a minor, which is what Epstein was guilty of. You don't just want to smear people based on their presence with Epstein. I mean, a lot of people got to know Epstein, traded on his influence, took his phone calls.
President Clinton.
President Clinton.
He probably the most important person for 8 years
men
in the
and
world.
women. He had a lot of officials in the Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, acting, providing cover for him. Looks like a corrupt enterprise there. Stacey Plaskett, the Democratic representative, non-voting representative from the Virgin Islands.
Dershowitz. The prince of wherever. Where is it?
Well, the former Duke of whatever he was, Duke of dipshit.
Are you talking about Andrew?
Prince Andrew, yeah.
Yeah. Duke of Ellington.
He's been slapped on the wrist, guys. Justice hasn't been served.
Let me answer Chris here. Well, first question, is she an American citizen?
I thought so.
I think so.
Her father is Mossad, but I believe she's a U.S. citizen. We'd have to look into that.
I don't know, Chris. If she's not, she damn well should be deported after she's released. But I don't know the details on that one, my man.
You mentioned Marjorie before with her new nickname. You know what her new nickname is now?
She is a U.S. citizen.
Okay. Then she can't be deported.
No.
Not with that attitude.
Her new nickname, I don't know.
Marjorie Taylor Brown. It's a dumb nickname, but it's Trump's new nickname for her. I just think what's very interesting right now is just how you have to be in your party. What's
on
up?
The nickname is the brown, like that she's poop.
He said like the grass was green, but now it's brown. Like she's all used up and done. But to me, God. it's like a shit comment. It's not. It has nothing to do with grass. It has to do with
that's the Paramount worst dumb pun nickname I've ever heard.
What do you mean? Are you saying it's like a juvenile name? Trump would resort to juvenile insults.
But there's funny, juvenile, and then there's bad. That's just bad. I
don't think it matters anymore. If you're the troller in chief, you just keep throwing shit out there and seeing what sticks.
Jesus. Okay. Sorry I interrupted. Finish what you were saying, RW.
Basically, if you step out of line even the little tiniest bit now, you're absolutely canceled, no matter what side you're on. The Republican side right now is doing it hardcore. Like, you have people that have been shilling their bullshit for years and they step out of line in one instance and they're cooked. Like, that's intense.
Yeah, it is intense. Some of the people that I may previously have thought were, not good, like Rand Paul in some instances and Marjorie Taylor Greene have, as well as Bobo. Boebert has stood up for some things too that seem a little more righteous than I would have attributed to all of these people before. So I don't know if they're truly being authentic or if they're looking forward to like higher elections, things of that nature.
How? If you're going to throw Trump under the bus, what are you going to get in the next 3 years?
Well, there might be a movement that starts that's like a different, but you're right in that he's still popular amongst most Republicans.
No
I believe. There you go. Magic the Gathering. Yep. I was damn good at that game back in the day.
Oh, I challenge you to a duel. I don't have any cards left.
Me neither, man. But yeah, she sucks, right? But yeah, I'm all for getting the files out too, right? I hear you.
Hey, Toppin.
I'm gonna get this guy in here so he doesn't think we're ignoring.
What's up, Wealthy?
He was just streaming live minutes ago.
Was there a
Yeah.
protest?
Well, I stopped it, like, because I wasn't prepared to live stream for hours, and I had a live stream to go to. So,
Your
There you
mic
go.
redlining.
sorry.
Your
I
mic
can,
redlining.
I can fix him. It's okay.
So many people have said that.
Yeah, you know that troll name that you said Trump gave. You sure it originated from Trump? But because Trump mostly comes up with good ones. When he's might be childish, like Last Dan said, but they're normally quite funny.
I mean, he might have got it from Barron.
Still
I don't
too
know,
loud.
but
Okay.
He's pretty good at insults, isn't he? You give him it. Like,
yeah, give him a minute. He'll come up with another one. Their feud isn't over. What doesn't make sense to me, though, is Marguerite Taylor, whatever her name is, she shilled so hard for MAGA. Like, not so hard. So for her to flip all of a sudden is odd to me as well.
well, but it's because Trump hasn't got very much MAGA positions these days.
I'm not sure what the dispute is. It's all I know is it's about releasing the Epstein list, and it makes him look awful guilty.
Well, I personally think that the problem they've got there and the problem Trump's got there, Trump's not implicated because Trump would have been exposed fucking years ago. What it is, it exposes VIPs, Democrats and Republicans, and there's going to be a lot of names that are in sort of VIP politicians. They're going to be implicated, and they're having a bit of a fucking trouble. They're having a bit of trouble trying to work around it.
Where did all these emails come from, though?
Well, I think the emails have always been there, but they've got more than emails. They're just. I mean, they've got the names, they've got the people. They've got the people there. The names are all there. The ones that are really implicated. Yeah? I mean,
Too quiet.
How can you?
I'll turn it up
Yeah.
then.
It's his mic placement.
I mean, how can you sentence someone to 22 years in prison, right, for procuring girls to perform lewd acts, right, to underage
Wait, are you
girls?
saying that was a? What are you saying about the sentence? That it was insufficient?
Well, no, I'm not going to say it's insufficient. What I'm going to say is they convicted someone, Ghislaine, of these heinous crimes, but not once was the perp even mentioned by name at all. So these invisible people that these girls were procured for, but no one knows because they don't exist. They didn't even exist in the court case. That was one of the things in this court case that they weren't going to talk about the people, which is crazy because they just sentenced one person to 22 and ignored everyone else. Think about it, chaps.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
mean,
know
sorry.
particularly about that. I
Well,
know that
they-
a lot of people were named.
I get kind of weary of the they did this. She was convicted by a jury who listened to the evidence, not they, and sentenced by a judge. And I don't second guess what the jury did, and I don't second guess what the judge did.
Okay, well, I know this much: is they never mentioned any of the people that are supposed to have committed these lewd acts. Right? That they never ever mentioned them by name at all. They're anonymous in the whole court case when they sentenced her for 22 years. Completely anonymous.
Well, the focus they didn't need to mention anybody except Epstein. That was all that needed to be mentioned. The focus was on the victims, not on the.
That suits it to some, doesn't it? For the victims, eh? Okay.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, some people have thrown out in the chat here that if Trump was guilty of something, it would have been found out, but
Yeah.
maybe not. Maybe he has enough power to keep it silent.
No, but when he was when he was kicked out, right? They could have used it any time in the last 8 years or 9 years, and they would have because they've been really desperate. They haven't got anything on him.
I can't disagree with that. I agree with
A
that.
lot,
So
yeah, logically,
to me, it's just an inconsistency that I can't reconcile.
Right. It's like
Are these
the
emails
JFK assassin. It's like the JFK assassination. If there was some bigger plot, then why the thousands of people who would have had knowledge of it, not one has really come forward? Like there would have been a lot of people would have had knowledge of Trump doing this. There were
yeah,
people
but
around. There were victims,
Okay.
and that hasn't come out yet.
yeah, okay. So you remember that ABC, that fit blondie bird? Before she was off air and she was on a hot mic and she said, "We had him, we had him." We had them all. We had all the VIPs. We had Clinton. She said, "We had Clinton." She actually says the words, and I don't think they're referring to Hillary. Or
Right.
Hillary,
Never know,
right?
bro.
And literally, she said we had them all. And
What
now,
was this?
did you ever see this? She was like ABC news report. Thought she was off air. She was on a hot mic.
No, I
Instead,
don't. I don't remember that. That sounds interesting.
that is an amazing minute. I'll find that for you. Do
I appreciate
you
it.
remember it, Steve? Do you remember?
No.
Yeah,
I
she was like, someone might know in the chat, and that'll make it easier for me. And they'll come and hopefully fill the gaps in. Yeah, so basically, she's a news presenter, like Rachel Maddow, but she's not like a super leftist.
But an
Just
American
fit.
news presenter?
Yeah. I think it was ABC or someone. Anyway,
Okay.
she literally said we had their names, and she mentioned Clinton by name, not Bill, but Clinton. She said we had Clinton.
Wow.
She never said Trump. And then, of course, let me get a few. Some of the chat. Let's see what they've said.
I mean, when it comes down to it, this type of stuff is hard to prove, especially well after the fact. Not impossible, but it would be certainly extremely damning to somebody's reputation, especially obviously the president. So,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Based in that the fact that this stuff didn't come out in the Biden administration it's inexplicable if they had the information and it didn't come out. The
Are
negative
these emails
information.
new, though?
What's
The
that?
emails, all the emails that people are talking about right now with Trump's name, blah blah blah, times in the documents. Are these emails new information, or is this resurfacing information?
I don't know, but I'm just trying to bring up what I consider to be two issues that are completely in conflict, that are inconsistent, that I cannot reconcile. One, that if this information that implicated Trump existed, it would have come out during the Biden administration. I don't think any new information has been created since January 20th, 2025. That all that information existed prior to it and was in the government's hands. That's my understanding. So that's one fact. And the other fact is that Trump seems to be doing everything he can, every which way, to prevent this information from coming out. So those two, they're not consistent. One, they conflict with each other, and I don't know how to reconcile that.
The only argument towards not releasing certain information was the pornographic video material of the children. Other than that argument, I don't believe there should be one. As in,
yeah, that could never be released, but that could be used for prosecution if you could garner identity of the pervert who was engaging with them.
perverts.
When it comes down to it, if it's been the same information since these files were put together and these are untouched, that the previous president would have had full access to, and his Justice Department, they would have had no reason not to release it if it had information about Trump. Some people might point to the identity of the victims to protect them, but at some level, that has to go out the window.
I highly disagree with that, because I believe the victims would want that information to come out so that those people can be absolutely steamrolled.
You're probably right.
All the victims are adults now, so
that's she thinks that maybe it was this guy who could have been the problem. If he had the information and didn't release it purely because of I don't know why. Then
Well, I can think of a reason why someone who is ethical might not release it, because you would be convicting people in the court of public opinion without them not necessarily having any evidence that they did anything wrong, just by being in the company of Epstein.
associate.
But I don't think Trump is someone who has any ethics, or at least is held back by ethics. So that's not the reason that he doesn't want to see this stuff released. And yeah, I would agree with Smoke Wife that it occurred to me that there might have been prominent Dems implicated, and that's one reason why Biden didn't release it.
Yeah.
But I don't really think Biden cares that much about Clinton.
Yeah, but Biden is also, don't forget, also signed. So let's not talk about him like he's making decisions or ever did make any decisions. I
That's
just put it in the back chat.
Mr. Auto.
Put it in the back chat. Yeah, Mr. Autopad. It's great. That's a great winner. See, yeah, it's in the back chat. Yes, Steve,
Well,
you see it?
That's true.
I
Biden
just-
has forgotten about it already.
Just to give you a heads up, it's so hard to find on Google. I put in Fields, female news presenter talks about Epstein and Bill Clinton. Right? You know what come up? All the videos come up. Trump. That's how Bill Clinton
Wow.
is protected.
Try
Well,
DuckDuckGo. I wouldn't trust Google's search engine. I might try DuckDuckGo.
It shouldn't be like that though. I'm
Don't worry,
literally.
one day
I
it'll
didn't
be all
even-
the same corporation.
I didn't even. Well, what it is, the algorithm, as soon as you say Epstein, they just throw Trump in front of everything. But in reality, I didn't even put Trump in the question. The question was, female news presenter talks about Epstein and Bill Clinton. That's literally what I put in. But they just literally put like all the videos. Not one video was had Bill Clinton in it.
Yeah,
You see
Yeah.
it, Steve?
yeah, I got it.
Well, the
Uh,
Democrats are certainly now pushing to release everything, and I don't think the advantage is greater for the Democrats to release it now than it was during Biden. As RW noted, it's the maximum value would be to release it 2 weeks before the November 2026 midterm elections. That would be the most damaging, and they're doing it now. So there's no explanation that quite answers that explains everything we've seen. At least no explanation that I've heard.
Can we play that video a little bit quicker?
What's up, system?
Oh, there.
Welcome back,
That's,
dude.
This is in
that's good.
20. This is in 2023. This is.
Everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, what we had was unreal.
So
Well,
she's
first of
saying,
all, I'd like to say hats off to Based, who remembered exactly correctly. It was ABC. She did say exactly what Based remembered, so I'm impressed, Based.
and she was
Yeah,
pretty much more pissed about her
I'm losing the scoop.
the journalistic
Yeah.
aspect, not the
Yeah, that's bad.
victims. But that's
Yeah.
okay because she's a journalist. So
Her
So
moral
I-
compass is
as
a little bit off.
As I remember, it's quite serious. I remember the cover-up's worse than the crime sometimes. So the royal people said, "Fuck you! If we've heard you've got a story about Andrew, right? If you fucking
Yeah.
print that story up, you'll have no contact with the royal family. We'll give you no interviews. We're giving
Yeah,
you absolutely fuck
I'm
all."
not. Yeah, I'm not
That's
surprised.
why she's pissed.
I'm not surprised that a large media organization like ABC would be hesitant to run a story unless they could independently corroborate it, because they don't want to get sued if they can't prove it. And
Like the BBC.
like the BBC, well, that's different. That was
That's
That was
crazy.
so
Isn't it?
dishonest. And even their denial is dishonest. It was clearly edited on purpose to make it seem like he was advocating violence. It wasn't just a whoopsie, you know?
There was some
Yeah,
resignation,
yes.
so it's okay. It's okay now. They resigned,
Yeah.
therefore it's all good.
Well, they can't
But-
fucking charge you British people for that shit. Like, by forcing you to pay money for that bullshit is just outrageous. I mean,
Well, the government has already said, the Keir Starmer's already said, if the BBC get taken out and they got to pay a big sum, the UK government is going to protect them. So basically, the taxpayer's going to pay for it.
Yeah,
that's
well,
foolish.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
And the
should-
worst thing about it all,
I would have more
Chaps.
respect for Trump if he just sued him for $1 rather than $1 billion.
well, it's going to go to charity. Everything he sues and succeeds goes to charity. So
It's gonna
Well,
be one of
BBC
those
is a
small
charity.
no, it's not. It's not.
Well,
It's public.
It's a nonprofit, right?
No, it's publicly funded, state
Okay.
owned. That's what it is.
And what
I mean, like,
if they make profits? Where do the profits go?
back, I suppose, back
the local
into
synagogue.
the.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
no.
but they pay presenters like, so they
You know,
pay like
yes, I know.
match the day presenters. They pay them like £1 million a year.
That's true, but
and-
that's true in nonprofit.
I wait
too.
there. But then all of a sudden you'll go to like another sports presenter, just highly qualified, working for a different company, a normal company that's not funded by the public, and they're paying them a third of that wage. A third, and that's still a lot of fucking money. It's still like 330 grand a year. But
Russia.
but the
Hey,
waste
Hey,
that goes on the BBC, and bottom line, the BBC is so biased. Look, let me just get it right here. They've done it. Panorama got Tommy Robinson called Panorama out. They were trying to do a kiss and tell on Tommy Robinson, weren't they? And
Yeah.
one of Tommy's ex-female employees wore a wire and got the chief investigator of Panorama, got him saying, "Yeah, we'll do a kiss and tell. We'll do a stitch up on him. We'll fucking stitch him up." This is supposed to be like a flagship BBC, Panorama, and they've done it again with this Trump. And the worst thing about it all is that was in 2024. In 2021, Newsnight, which is another on their flagship news programs, Newsnight, they've done a different edit of the same speech. They've done a slight alteration of the same speech, but they've done it again.
Yeah.
And what's even funnier about that is that Newsnight one, instead of Panorama, the Newsnight one is all in-house. So they don't even use third-party editing firms with that one. And it was raised at the time, and it was raised by someone who had fallen out with the Republican Party. And he said, look, you've just spliced that together to make it sound like it's spicier than it is. And they were ignored off air when it happened. So they haven't been caught once doing it. They've been caught doing twice. And it's not a slip of the editing board, is it? It's a fucking perfect slice in.
What?
You know,
Crazy.
Uh-huh.
one of the things that takeaways I get from the BBC Trump edit is that the BBC, a lot like mainstream media here, will do anything, admit anything, pay anything, as long as they don't have to admit that they're biased.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one thing they're not willing to do.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. They'll get people will, senior people in the BBC have resigned over this.
Oh, yeah.
Just to avoid admitting that they're biased. I mean,
You think they know they're biased?
of course they know
Well,
they're biased.
So
All
yeah,
this is,
I mean,
this is consciousness of guilt is also evident by what they're doing.
So what you really want to do is you look at BBC reporters, political reporters and stuff. When they leave the BBC and they go independent, all of a sudden they're these big leftists, and they're these like lifelong leftists. But they denied they were leftists for 20 years while working for the BBC. No. And all of a sudden they leave the BBC and they all come out as fucking Chesters, leftists. They're thinking, yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this stage. The BBC is so bad. It's so embarrassing. They done something the other day where they released on their news program that men, biological men, can give a newborn baby milk, and it's just as good as biological.
Oh man.
And because there's some report that's sponsored by some trans right movement. They go,
Right.
yeah, so this makes this like really doable, normal, and yeah, it's
I'm sure that you can pump a man full of the right hormones and he'll manage to squeeze out a few drops of milk. But I hope people don't think that's the new normal.
It doesn't make any sense. It's
No, it doesn't make any
nonsensical.
sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct. That is absolutely correct.
It's there though. It literally is there. It wasn't long ago they did it.
Wild.
Like, oh
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, I mean, when's the vote actually coming up for these files?
I
Epstein.
don't know. I don't
I thought
even know.
Is there a
Was
vote?
it Tuesday? I thought
What is this vote?
to release them.
Yeah.
From Massey or something?
I don't
Yeah,
think
like
it's- I don't
That's true.
is there
Yeah,
a vote though?
yeah.
Is there a vote? I didn't know there was a vote to release them.
There is some kind of a vote. Yes.
Oh.
I remember seeing someone that wanted to hide the vote count, the name vote count. There's a Republican that wanted to hide the vote counts.
Well, that's because the Republicans, if they're going to be put on the record, a lot of them are going to vote to release it, and they don't want to release it because it implicates Trump. That's my theory.
Or
Yeah, but we want that
or
right.
it kicks them off the team because they went against the commandments.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's coming up this week. It'll be a big vote. The House votes on whether to release Epstein files. So the House does not have a filibuster.
There's a Michael Jackson movie coming out according to System.
Well, that means, though, with the House not having a filibuster, if it's just a House vote, that means that one vote will win over
Majority. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just majority, simple majority. So
Yeah.
Right. But we have
that's
the conservatives have the majority, so I can see why they don't want their names shown, because if they vote to release it, it'll definitely ostracize them.
I'd love to see the wording of the bill because I'm not sure that Congress can command the executive branch to release information. To be honest,
That wouldn't.
it's separation of powers issue.
okay, a large margin appears. The lead GOP co-sponsor of the discharge petition, Thomas Massey of Kentucky,
Massive.
isn't lowering expectations either. He has set a threshold for success at 2/3 of the House, or 290 votes. If
Ah.
all members are present,
Veto proof.
that's the point at which enough members support the measure that it could overcome a presidential veto. Okay.
Yeah.
It would require 75 out of the 219 House Republicans if every Dem voted in favor.
My concern is that Trump will just ignore the will of Congress here because he has separation of powers justification.
There's got to be a check and balance for that. There's got to be. That defeats the purpose of a check and balance.
The check and balance is every 4 years you get to elect a new president. That's the check and balance. And if it's so bad that you can't wait 4 years, you can impeach. You can impeach the president. That's the check and balance. The executive, Congress makes the laws. The executive branch executes them. The Each one cannot take powers from the other one.
Right. This is called the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and it would compel Attorney General Pam Bondi to make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the Department of Justice's possession. So there's going to be a ton of information. Very interesting.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I guarantee you that if Trump doesn't want these released because he's implicated in some way, they're not going to be. It's not going to go. He's not going to do it without a fight, no matter what Congress does.
Okay, yeah, the Epstein files could be brought up under a rule which would require a simple majority for passage. The bill would first need to clear the House Rules Committee. Once the rules advances the measure to a floor for full consideration, there will be debate on the rule, followed by a vote to adopt it. Then the House would debate the bill itself, followed by a final vote. It is almost certain that the House would pass the Epstein bill if it came up under a rule. There are 433 House members currently, so it would need 217 votes if all members are voting and present. If the bill is brought up under a rule, the earliest we could see the vote is likely Tuesday. Wow, yeah, interesting.
Well, I, for one,
And one for all. Oh,
one for all, I would love to see this information released just to satisfy my prurient interests.
I get the impression that maybe you want Trump to be in
No, I don't want him to be there. I don't want him to be there.
Yeah, but like you're giving it like you're saying, maybe that's why he's holding him back. But do you think it'd be more likely that, like you said, he would have been exposed previously, and more likely it's just VIPs from both sides of the political spectrum? And do you think that, because that's what I believe, there's a lot of VIPs implicated. I've always said this. You always said it wasn't a big Mossad op. I've never been more convinced that it was than it is. Do you think that's more likely, Glassdance, that it's just like VIPs implicated?
I think what's more likely is that it shows that Trump was present when minors were in the same place where Epstein and Trump were having sex. I don't know. I mean, if one of the victims actually named Trump, I think we would have heard about that long ago.
Can you clarify your last statement, re Epstein and Trump having sex?
No. No, when Epstein, I'm saying that there are times, dates, and places where Epstein was known to be having sex with his minor victims. I'm going to suggest that these files will show or suggest that Trump was present, along with others, Prince Andrew and so on, that Trump was present in the place at the same time.
And as importantly as being present, had knowledge of the criminal activity that was going on.
Let me give you a bit of context there. We do know, I think it was 2008, that Trump completely kicked him out of his circle because of his first conviction in Florida. We know that, don't you? Remember that is
we know Trump said that.
Well, he has no public contact with Epstein.
I agree. There's no public contact, but that doesn't mean they didn't communicate privately.
Well, I mean, from what he said and what has actually been written about by a number of sources now, is that Trump had nothing to do with him from that date on.
You know what happened on that date?
Well, yeah, he got kicked out of the Mar-a-Lago resort for he got kicked out so he complete distanced himself after the Mar-a-Lago. It was actually before the conviction in Florida. So it was actually before the conviction.
Right, because not because Trump was offended at what a slime ball Epstein was. He was offended that Epstein was poaching his own employees for his harem.
That's
Right.
bollocks. That's total bollocks.
Well,
That's
that one
literally-
there was
that's-
It was Virginia Roberts.
she was
the-
a coat check girl. Her father was a maintenance man. And she also said about Trump that he couldn't have been more polite and friendly to her in her time.
And
there.
he also said she also said on statement that he was uninvolved and he's never even flirted with him.
That's good info,
that's-
Ofer Sheffield.
So that's
Says,
from Guthrie.
there's been some
That's from
research.
Guthrie. And when she was asked the question, so she literally said, "Yes, I know Trump because she was working obviously there. He never even flirted with me." So
I could believe that. There were other girls, though. It wasn't Guthrie, Jeffrey, or Virginia Roberts. I don't know which one was her name at the time.
yeah, I
But
think
she was only one of many minor women.
Yes.
Girls.
So when Trump found out about his his thing for young girls, instead of saying publicly one thing like Andrew did, but then carry on meeting him on the sly all the time, he literally, to everyone's knowledge, of what we know so far, he had no contact with him from that date on. Zero.
Yeah, I even if that were true, and I don't deny
It
it,
is true.
even if it
true.
was true, there are dates before 2008 that still count.
Yeah.
They still matter.
Yeah, of course, those dates matter, and I'm not saying they don't matter. But people like Bill Clinton and stuff that had having serious relations with him, in the mid 2010s and all that, when it was well known, after 2008 that he was a fucking wrong un, and yet we still get these VIPs, like Bill Gates got divorced. His
Yeah.
fucking his bloke for his wife literally said on tape that was one of the reasons
Thank you, sister.
why she divorced him.
The girl
Because he
that
had,
he stole, though, it was Virginia Roberts. It wasn't just one of his girls. It was Virginia Roberts. That was the girl
Huh.
that Epstein
Say
stole.
that again.
One of the chatters was quoting that the reason Trump cut off relations with Epstein was because Epstein, quote, stole one of his girls that worked at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Mar-a-Lago, yeah. He had said the New York property, but it was Mar-a-Lago, yes.
Yeah, it was Mar-a-Lago.
And she was a coat check girl. Her father was a maintenance man and
Right.
basically got his daughter hired for literally $9 an hour. She said Trump was very friendly, nice. And then, yeah, fucking Epstein came along and did his thing with her. When Trump said took one of my girls, he meant it as an employee thing, but I don't know. I don't really know. Maybe he wanted to keep her as an employee because she was a good employee and cheap. She was just a kid, for Christ's sake.
I think that there is sort of an unwritten rule, just in general, that amongst big shots, that you come visit my place, you don't hire my employees out from under me. It's just like a rule. It's like taking a dump in the punch bowl. It's just not, you do that and you're out. And that's what Trump was talking about.
It's not just that, it's all business.
Right. Exactly.
Contractors and subcontractors, after jobs are done, homeowners will often just call the subs back and be like, listen, we don't want to hire him to stand around.
Exactly.
Pay him an extra $80 an hour for nothing. Let's just hire the sub. It's in all business that,
Yep.
undermining people for employees.
Exactly. It's not against the law, but you do that, you sort of break that unwritten rule, and people will not react well.
Right. In
I
this
mean,
case, he happened to be taking her for like extremely nefarious purposes.
Right, exactly.
Which is like the really disturbing thing here.
Right.
Now, why? I mean, if this is all that happened, it shines good, like well on Trump thus far. What we know, you can't say like he needed to know every single thing that every socialite did in all of his lavish parties and social gatherings.
Agreed.
So it is entirely possible that once he found out this guy was a creep, then he kicked him out, and that was it. But then, why is this a fucking issue? Then releasing these files?
Because there's VIPs on both sides that are implicated and will be exposed by obviously information coming out. And
I don't think
basically he's having pressure. He's got pressure.
that might be true, but there's only one VIP that Trump cares about, and his name is Trump.
Yeah, the I is literally I because it's himself, right? Yeah,
Right.
I mean, yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But like I said,
Aphid, you want to get on here? Are you busy?
Yeah, Aphid Lip. Let's hear some Aphid Lip minutes. It's been
I want-
years since we heard an Aphid Lip minute.
We're going to be transitioning to other subject matter that I know he's very interested in too. So I want to.
Well, since Based is here and he's still awake, tell us about what you were streaming about today. Something about Japan.
well,
Wales?
Japan, yeah. Not a lot really. There was live facial recognition in Cardiff again today. So yeah.
So it's not there permanently. It's just whenever there's an event, they trot this out.
Yeah.
What
Boy,
was
these cameras must be really expensive because I have some pretty good cameras.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the places where I work, I run some of the security systems, and they're barely sharp enough to get an ID on a person, even in good light. It's
Yeah.
like you can see them very well, but when you try to get facial proportions and shading, color, eyes, nose size, you can't see that shit on a camera unless it's like a good.
Spoke to them today, and they said that we get a false reading at 1 out of 20,000 readings.
That's
True, but if you're
very good.
if you're extremely dark skinned, that's a higher false reading rate because of the
Correct.
nature. Yeah, because of the nature of colors.
But because of AI now, though, and they're using AI in that it's still correcting itself all the time.
Yeah,
So the more it gets used, the better it gets.
but AI is really coming along. I mean, I've heard with marketing and IT, AI is going to be taking over. It's really wild the amount of jobs that could be lost to it. You know.
Well, those personal assistants are supposed to be like their jobs are not worth anything now because, of all accounts, you can literally put into ChatGPT and just ask the question, and it'll just give you options, and you can
Right.
you can do what they're supposed to do, and in like 10 minutes, and have a much more like a good idea what's happening, where you're going. You know what I mean?
It's being used now. Things like ChatGPT, not custom made ones, but it's being used. These are being used in America in legal filings more than people believe. There keeps happening where these cases are submitted. Briefs are submitted in lawsuits to the court, and they contain entirely fictitious citations, fictitious quotes, and when the judge says, "Well, how the hell did this happen?" and they'll say, "Oh, it's just an error," and the judge will say, "I don't think so. You're using ChatGPT. You're using AI, aren't you?" And they'll say, "No," and the judge will say, "Aren't you?" And they'll say, "Okay, maybe."
Jesus, that's
So-
a bad lawyer.
That's
Yeah.
That's because some of these lawyers don't even check what the AI tells them. But that just means that it's being used more frequently and being used more carefully But yeah, it's already impacting the legal profession. Nobody knows what it's doing in the medical profession. You
Well,
know what I'm saying? I'm
the
sure it's
legal-
being used.
in the legal profession for searching out precedent and past cases, it would be so easy. You know, the amount of
Exactly.
time you'd have to go over case logs and files and all this. It's like it can scan a million files.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's
It's
unbelievable.
perfect for legal cases.
What about
Right.
for religious cases? Do you think priests are going to lose their job since they're doing AI confessionals now?
I wouldn't. I would think that AI would be also perfect for religious, because again, it's the type of thing where it's very data heavy, and I think you could come up with a great AI priest who could, who could sound just like the real ones. Quote scripture, quote other priests through history with their interpretations. I think it's
I just think without the human interaction and the vibe, the feel, the connection between humanity, what's the point? Like I feel like that's a job that should never be replaced by
I agree. Yet I'm confident that that even people who say they don't want it will use it without without being aware. I just don't think. Here's the reason I'm not so sure it'll happen. I don't know that pastors, priests, and so on are that big of an expense in the church hierarchy. I think buildings, property, maintenance, that's, I suspect, as big as an expense. But I don't know. I don't know whether it's paying the priest and the pastor or it's paying for these churches and keeping them from the roof from leaking, keeping them from caving in.
Well, I mean, I can see the benefits for medical. So obviously, if there's doing loads of scans and you're looking for like smear tests or cancer tests, like or whatever. I mean, obviously AI and obviously workings of AI would be able to pick up, in record numbers in record time. And then maybe they'll need maybe some question mark ones. You can make a man-made decision, but do huge sort of scanning and stuff like that. It would be really useful. You could obviously see the advantages.
You can, but there's problem like if it misses a cancer diagnosis or if it almost has to be used with a human.
Tell that to Elon Musk. One of his future
in
visions.
tow. Yeah, I know, but I still wouldn't trust it.
I'm not signing up.
I wouldn't trust it either.
It might,
Even the third generation.
in one sense, if it gives a positive, then you'd have a guy go and verify it and say whatever. Okay, yeah, we need to biopsy that. But it gives a negative, and you write it off as it's a negative. But then if the negative is wrong, it could be far more damaging than a false positive would be.
I mean, here's the benefit. There's no limit to how many books AI can read and how many journal papers it can read. It's like having a doctor that's read everything,
Right?
everything ever written on medicine.
Right.
So that's the advantage.
What about application?
Well, the disadvantage is that it's really not that. AI is just not that. It's not really AI. That's just a word. It's just mostly these large language model algorithms that have their strengths and have their weaknesses. They are not intelligent, not the way I consider it intelligence. And they spit things out not based on any intrinsic understanding of the core principles of the field they're in. They're just spitting out words that they've seen elsewhere that have been seen with other words that seem to fit together, that occur more frequently than
What
random
if a
variables.
human is the one that does the diagnosis and tells the robot to perform the procedure? If it's a
Well-
mechanical process and no longer a puzzle of what is the diagnosis, what is needed.
I don't really think of that as AI. That's just robotic surgery.
Okay.
So,
Are you more interested in that
oh,
technology in the
absolutely,
future?
I think that's much more straightforward, and also a good idea. Of course, a robot never gets tired, never,
It can short out
Brains.
halfway through. That would be uh-oh.
they never say never, right?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, if you think of it, you take every modern MRI scan that's or used to diagnose something and feed it to that thing, and it knows every diagnosis, and then it can use that as reference. It's
See,
going to have scanned thousands more than even your best X-ray or MRI technician has ever seen. So
That's what I think is the real exciting promise. Do you remember the television show House?
Yes, my wife loved
Yeah,
it.
so it was all based around this thing called differential diagnosis. It's a strange term, but someone would present to them with a strange set of symptoms. There might be 10 symptoms, and the goal of this team was to figure out underlying disease based on these symptoms. And this is the kind of thing that I think holds a lot of promise for what would be called artificial intelligence.
sure.
So hard cases that are stumping doctors might be, and plus, if the AI says it could be Huntington's, that doesn't mean the doctor then takes a chainsaw immediately and
Right.
starts cutting. He can then do some confirmatory tests to see if it's Huntington's. So
Sure.
I think there's a lot of promise there for practitioners in Podunk, East Podunk, being able to produce fast differential diagnoses and not needing going to the best Boston hospital center, where the genius doctors are all concentrated.
Boston. We got him here. Aphid, how are you, bud?
Good. How you guys doing?
Pretty
Good
good.
to see you guys.
All right. Good to see you.
Oh, before I forget, I wore. I know it's been like 2 months ago, but when Lonnie Anderson died, I swore that I would wear it to the next pub. So there's my Lonnie Anderson in a swimsuit shirt.
Sexy.
Classic.
Oh man,
She
this
was a beauty back in the day.
What was she in? Can you give me some examples? I'm not familiar with the
well,
name.
WKRP in Cincinnati is, I'm sure, the most. Am I right? The most famous
Yes.
television
Yeah.
series she was in.
Yep. She was a good
Played
one.
Jennifer Marlowe. Was that her character's name?
Oh man, that's good memory. I think it might be right.
I don't remember. Was she on air talent?
What was that?
Was she on air talent, or was she like a secretary at the station?
No, she was back office. And she could melt Herb Tarlick's butter. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Johnny, what's the guy's name? Johnny Wolf or whatever?
Johnny Fever.
Johnny.
Yeah,
Fever.
Johnny Fever.
Dr. Johnny Fever.
When he would get into character, right when he was getting ready to go on the air, as little to
Yep.
get his shades on and shit and get all laid back. As
Yep.
a little kid, I'd be like, "Oh, he's so cool, man!" Even though I was watching him on reruns because it was before my time, still loved it. It was good.
I loved it. I loved every episode of that show.
The turkey drop, that one was hilarious.
You drop. Yeah.
Fucking live turkeys from the helicopter. Chaos.
You guys remember the serious one they did when all those people got trampled?
Yeah.
At that?
The
Concert.
concert trampling. Yep.
It was like so weird. I'm like watching it. I'm like, man, this is so
When do I
weird.
start laughing?
I know.
I don't. Was it of the AC/DC concert? Because that really happened.
Well, it happened in Cincinnati, and
It was a real event that happened.
real event. Yeah,
Wow.
trampling and a concert in Cincinnati.
Heavy.
Yep.
I put a video in the back chat. I don't know if you can play it. It was back chat. It's very, very, very funny. So this is legit. I thought this was a spoof. I thought this might have been a joke. There are protests in Portland called Degenerates Against Fascism, and they had furries and self-proclaimed degenerates.
All right, this one is a winner. Since Smoke Steve is gone, I get to put it on.
Power.
Yeah, it's so fucked up. I honestly thought it was a parody joke thing. And no, it's fully legit. If you put Degenerates Against Fascism, this is what comes up.
All right, let's see. Our cups are consensual. Let's roll.
Please stop. Please stop it now. Please make it end.
No.
Oh, God.
And of course, there's the Palestinian flag.
Of course.
Can we at least
This is a second round.
Can we at least do the 1980s workout protest now?
I don't have it handy.
I won't get it either.
The thing is, there's like a 15-minute clip of it, and they have a speech and everything. They go, "Yeah, us degenerates were against fascism." And there's like a little dog in a bowl there, and they're patting the bowl.
Yeah.
And it's like, all of a sudden, the dog is now the centre of attention. It's not actually doing a speech. The dog is there, and everyone's like, "Oh, look at it! I was performing tricks." And you're thinking, "No, it's a fucking bloke."
They're completely taking focus away from their message.
Yeah. They had like speeches, but then the dog took center stage. And it's part of a 15-minute clip, so I'll leave it. It's crazy though. Honestly, but they're literally saying they're degenerates.
Yeah.
What was it?
Degenerates against fascism. It was a 17-second.
Yeah, if you put that in an act, there's loads of little clips there.
I've been driving by some protesters on my way home that first guy has a sign that says "Signs of Fascism," and then an arrow, and then like all these people standing in a line have like a sign that says, secret police arresting people is one of them. Secret police. That's what their idea is. Or we didn't vote for a king. I don't know, like these complete cliched.
Yeah.
I don't look at them. I don't say anything.
Do you do rolling coal? Do you do some rolling coal?
What's that?
Do you do some rolling coal? The diesel pull. The diesel pull. It's called rolling coal. Isn't it?
No. I have a small little pickup. I'm not like a big diesel guy. I just got the thing that gets me back and forth. But I don't want to engage with them. They're peaceful, so I am wholeheartedly endorse them to do it.
But are they old? Are they in their 50s mainly? Over 40s, should we say?
I would say they're in their upper 50s to 60s.
I was literally going to say that was the hot spot, but
young people.
thought 40s. So once again, these protests, they're not like the BLM riots where you just got all the kids out fucking up to no good. Now we've just got like retiree people. I see clips from Liberty Hangout, like they're like right-wing sort of YouTubers that go to these protests, and they say that all the time. It's just full of old people.
Back chat, Last Dance for the group. My
problem.
My love for everyone with this clip.
I would say they're a combination of boomers and maybe a few Xers, but somewhere in there, bottle cap.
Okay. We got a winner here.
Go ahead.
Let's.
This is protest in Portland, right? This is what they're doing out there.
Yeah. If it's just the degenerates, that's important.
It's
This is the oldsters.
I met someone from Oregon today
I
in
saw
Cardiff.
this.
What the fuck is?
They're protesting, bro.
Well,
They're
this is
dog
outside the
outfits
ice
are at the dry
facility.
cleaner.
This is outside the ice facility. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yes. Stop
I
ice.
recognise that shot. See, this is what they're drawn to. They're not violent. They're just fucking crazy.
It's peaceful. I think it's fine.
Mostly.
It's silly. Is that guy? Are those tattoos, man, on his legs? Holy Jesus!
No, it's arms.
I guess it's arms. Okay.
So if you like I said, did you see the puppet frog getting maced by the police in Portland outside the ice facility not long ago?
No, I didn't see that.
There was a guy in an inflatable frog, and he got an air vent to the bottom. He must have seen it, and the copper turned out they were macing everywhere, and this copper turned around and he just maced his air vent.
Yeah, he put it.
I saw the one that shot it inside the air vent.
Yes.
That was
Yeah,
hilarious.
well, that was a frog. And what's funny about the frog is the frog is a right wing, far right, far north. It's Pepe, isn't it? But then the left that is using the frog. I'm thinking, well, if we go on the ADHL or whatever they call it, the Anti-Defamation League, you'll find out that the frogs are big right wing, smarties and all that. But actually, all of a sudden, the lefties, the commies, are using the frog. I thought that was quite amusing.
So the only frog I know that's being used by right wing is the Groypers, the Wentworth crew.
I thought I used
the frog. Yeah,
I remember the frog for years.
I mean, the frog of
like 10
shame.
years.
The frog of shame when somebody makes a ridiculous post and someone posts the frog of shame and then the frog gets more likes than the post itself. That used to be a thing. I didn't think that was a right or left wing.
But the ADL has cast many things, including the frog, as some smarty sort of thing. But then the lefties in Portland were using frogs. They didn't have just one frog puppet; they had a few.
Well, here's the thing: the right doesn't wear costumes when they go out protesting.
Yeah.
So, the left likes costumes, and I'm surprised they went with a frog, but I'm sure there were other animals there too, turtles and who knows. So,
yeah, there's no bias there.
What about Jacob? What about Jacob Chansley? What about that guy?
There's a costume. There's the exception that proves the rule.
Who is that again? I'm blanking.
He's the guy with the Viking horns. At the J6.
Yeah, right.
Standing at the lectern.
Did you hear about this thing that happened in Boston recently, where this student at BU claims to have complained repeatedly to ICE about a car wash that he felt was employing illegals? So ICE went and arrested all the people that worked there because they were illegal, and then he was pretty public about it, and then people are putting like wanted posters up about him around Boston, asking like to find him, track him down,
kill him.
I've said this.
Right. All he did was report people who are illegal. And then that brings me to another point. Like, I've been hearing these people say like they're so against immigrants. Now that is patently false because they're leaving out a really important part of the immigrant. The illegal part.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of legal immigration. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. But now they're trying to make it seem as though we're xenophobic or, we hate all foreigners, which is clearly not the case. But it's an argument or talking point on the left to say that they're anti-immigrant when that's not it at all. It's anti-illegal immigrant.
The thing is, that's all they got. That's all they got, mate. It's the same, in the UK. They just say the same thing, regurgitated all the time. And like I said, the problem you had for 4 years And the problem we've been having is those numbers can't sustain themselves. They can't keep on every year. The amount of people who comes in the UK over like say 1 million net a year. It's
That's
just not
nuts.
sustainable. And the same for America. You know, what were you getting in? You were getting in maybe 10, 15 million over a 4-year period, didn't you? I
There were
mean,
more-
some people say up to 20.
There were
But,
30-day periods that amounted to 150,000. Can you believe that in 1 month? Jesus.
Over Christmas, I think it was crazy. I think I remember correctly. It was nuts numbers.
Yeah, and like even like the border guards down there were just people like mainstream news was interviewing, and these guys were like, "Oh, yeah, this is insane. We can't do anything. They're just coming in, and that's it, you know." And like we're not.
I mean,
then like
and
they
I think
put up a stand. They put up a stand, and God forbid they use a couple horses. It becomes this fucking huge PR nightmare. You know, like I thought it was awesome. Like
the bottom line is yeah, when they rounded them up, the bottom line is it proved that there wasn't legislation that was going to stop these people and these caravans from coming in. Basically, these big operations, these gangster operations. What it took was a different president. That's all it took was a different president, and he said, "Fucking, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. None of it. Official ways, or it's just fucking red light for everyone." And guess what? That's amazing enough. Overnight, by the first week of January or whenever it was signed over officially, it was the 20th or whatever. It all stopped in there overnight. Stopped in like a week.
I mean, it's down to a couple thousand a month now. We're up from like 150,000 or 100,000. It's incredible. That might even be his strongest point of his presidency. Would you say so, Aphid Lip? His correction of the border
of his president? Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
I mean,
the numbers are crazy because he keeps on quoting a number from that time the year before, and it's like 98% drop.
Yeah,
in the year that day. It's wild numbers, and it's like he even says we've had no reports yesterday. So
yeah, like so. Essentially, we had kind of had a discussion about like healthcare and what do the illegals get with regard to healthcare. Well, they get emergency care and they get labor and delivery care, and that is reimbursed by the federal government. So, essentially, that
someone's got to pay.
The fact that we can't not do those things for them, and that Biden was just willy-nilly letting all of these people in, means that is going to be a lot of money off of our budget for healthcare, Yep. So essentially, it's a law that you have to treat them, and it's a law that if they're born here, you have to make them a citizen. So in some way, that provides motivation for these women to either come here pregnant or get pregnant. They would then be guaranteed to have labor and delivery, and their child would be born an American citizen.
Anchor baby. I think Anchor baby. I think they're gonna try and sort something out with it. It's the 14th Amendment, I believe, isn't it? With these,
it is
this sort of, because I believe, I'm not 100%. I believe that it wasn't written in a way that like you get pregnant, and it wasn't written like that. So it's sort of they're going to try and reword it or what would they do is re-amendments or whatever of the 14th. What would it be?
We're talking about birthright citizenship.
yes.
Yeah, birthright citizenship. Yeah.
Well, it's gone in front of the Supreme Court, and they have said there's no question about it. And I think the current Supreme Court declined to even take it up, as they did recently with the gay marriage thing too, which was interesting. But That's what my point is. They're not going to change the law of treatment, and they're not going to change the law of birthright. So the only way to correct this thing is to get the people out of here, either as quickly as possible, or so. Then comes the question: a woman gives birth. Now her medical is clear. The baby's healthy. What happens then? Do you deport the mother? You can't deport the child because it's an American citizen. Even Tom Homan himself said he will not deport an American citizen of any age.
And they haven't deported an American citizen. What they do, they deport the parents, and they don't separate the families, and it's up to the parents. But yeah, the children end up leaving the country with the parents, but the children haven't been deported.
Either that,
Not
or they
officially.
find a relative to leave the kid with. And
Yeah,
leave it.
yeah, that's the only other way. Yeah. And if you ask the question, of course, you get the crazy libs, and they're saying, they're busting them up, secret police, and they're deporting them straight out of the country. Not one U.S. citizen has been deported from America, and is currently abroad. That one chap, that Garcia, he went out, but he's back obviously, but there's no other U.S. citizens being deported. So
Right.
It's just a fucking lot of nonsense propaganda.
It is. I mean, I do have some issues with the way that they're going about their law enforcement, but
Yeah, I get that.
it's not a clean and efficient system that they have. They're a bit clunky, but maybe they're just not well trained. They're a bit overly aggressive at times, and then other times you see why they need to be overly aggressive, because people are doing dumb things like driving vehicles towards them. So it's a fine line there to criticize them, because we're not them. So we're not these law enforcement guys.
So if I was ICE in Portland now and I was in charge of them there, or if I was Homan or Tom Homan or whatever, I would have pepper spray on the outside of my vehicle in the vent. As soon as they start blocking anything, they get the proper bear spray canister, with that big.
Can't you just flip your windshield washer sprayers forward and install it in that tank and just squirt the button at them while you're?
They could afford custom-made tanks in the grill.
Oh, okay.
Well, then if there was an accident and the thing ruptured,
that'd be bad news.
The problem. So I
The
think
bare
that
necessities.
Well, even so, I mean, like I said, I think the bear spray is not used enough. When it's a continual thing and you just got people just laying in front of your vehicle, just acting like fucking idiots. Everywhere you go, you got like people just sabotaging your carrying out your normal duties. It's not a secret police. ICE existed before Trump. I think the bear spray should be more frequently used.
I'd say it's tamer.
MegaQuest.
What's that, Aphid?
I'd say it's much tamer than I was imagining it was all going to play out.
There you go. There we go.
There's moments of chaos, but yeah, it's all in all, it's been, yeah.
I figured there'd be camps set up or old like Kmart buildings set up all over the place with, housing of hundreds or tens of thousands of them, and it doesn't seem like I don't see that at all. I was thinking I haven't seen and I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I haven't seen it personally happening. And I was thinking everybody would see it. I was thinking it'd be on the nightly news every night, some big roundup somewhere.
I mean, what's the odds that they're just getting normal people? Maybe okay, they entered the country illegally. They haven't gone about it at all, but they're not criminals. They're just doing like yard work and stuff. How many of them have been taken out compared to like criminals, people who have committed crimes to the person, people who are involved in hard drugs?
I bet it's
rape
and murder
and kidnapping.
What'd you say?
What is the percentage? You saying? What do you think the percentage? Of
I think it's 50.
You know,
I think
yeah.
it's 50-50.
Oh, I would say it's 90
No.
to 10. 90%
Well,
just
yeah.
regular Joes, 10%.
Yeah,
Criminals, because there's not that
I'm
many
more on.
criminals.
Well, that's
Yeah,
that's what I was leading to. I thought he was thinking that there'd be much more criminals based.
90 to
No,
10.
no,
What
no,
kind of
no,
a
no,
weird
no, no.
ratio was that?
But I think 10%. I think 10% of 100 is fucking good because, for example, that 10% is either one, a murderer, a rapist, a gangster from foreign shores.
A rapist?
That's what he calls
Well,
it. Safety.
a rapist or whatever. Yeah, I mean, serious crimes or very violent crimes as well.
I bet it's less
Now-
than 10%. I bet
Well,
I think 90% of the criminals are like DUI, guys.
Now,
Well, to be honest,
they
dude.
should go too, though, because
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not saying they should,
because
but I'm
once
just
again,
saying
you're a
that,
guest.
let's not
you're
think
a guest
that-
in a country.
yeah, they all
like
should
I
go.
said,
I don't care if they're fucking gardeners, man. They're
Yeah, so I'm happy with that 90-10 mix anyway. So, but just simply because that 10% are really bad ones, they're really wrong ones, and why should you have them roaming your fucking country when you've got no obligation for them anyway? So fuck off.
Roman the country. I mean, it's not like they're vermin.
Well, they're roaming the country.
Deplorables, man.
Well, I mean, they're all going to go to the blue states, isn't it? They're all going to take sat. I mean, the next year or so, you're gonna see all the wrongins get like a magnet to blue states.
I have a
Go
question
And,
for you
See,
guys.
I am not someone that is going to, demonize illegal immigrants.
Right.
I think they have to go.
that's a funny joke. Oh wait, you're being serious. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not going to demonize them. I think I think they're here mostly to work, and I think they add a lot of value. They've made the country greater in many ways, but that's not asking too much that
Who's
people
going
come
to cut
in
your
legally.
grass?
And
Who's
if
going
they
to
come
cut your
in
grass,
illegally,
last man?
what?
Who's going to cut your grass and do your leaf blowing?
Good point.
Well,
I hate doing
why?
that, bro. No, but in all seriousness, we've asked them nicely to leave. They're supposed to leave. They don't leave, we have to kick them out. But
Yeah, but if they
in terms
leave,
of the like Trump saying, oh, they're rapists, they're killers. Well, yeah, because it's a large group of people. There's always going to be a few of every bad thing.
Yeah.
But I think they've been on the whole, help make America greater.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I mean, if you
I
say no,
agree.
then that's your opinion, and
I mean,
do.
I mean, basically, the way I look at immigration, the first people it affects is the working class, right? It will naturally stretch wages and
Absolutely,
improvements for the working class of that country.
I agree.
If you look at it on just on the core value of that, it doesn't make any country better. Only makes the billionaires better.
You have a point.
I mean, there are a lot of companies that do run off of the illegal labor, but
They
they're
all want
breaking the law
illegal
by
labor.
using those people. You're not supposed to hire illegals and then
Okay.
underpay them, and then you're fucking around with taxes. You're committing some sort of evasion there.
Yeah.
It's just not right. But yeah, it's a tough one, man. But
Illegals, cheap labor.
you've got to.
Speaking of cheap labor,
uh-huh.
I have a question for you guys. I got interesting news out of New York City where they're now outsourcing the cashier digitally to like some third world country and paying these register workers online like less than $3 an hour.
Well, how does
I
that
thought
work?
that was
How do
mind-boggling.
they remotely scan your item?
I'm not even sure how it works, but
Okay.
that's the loophole that they're doing to, I believe, combat the massive minimum wage that's being thrown on them to kind of
Yeah.
maintain a business.
I mean, I don't get it. I mean, you can have a self checkout that does the exact same
Well,
thing.
Right, that's what I don't understand.
You're eliminating
Yeah.
$3 an hour.
Yeah, I don't know if
And,
they can
and,
eliminate it completely. Exactly.
another thing I seen today in America, this was in New York. They're weighing the bags when they're leaving, like McDonald's. They're weighing the bags. So
Oh, yeah.
when they finish the order, they'll weigh the bag and like staple a receipt to it. But they'll have a weight on it, so that obviously, when they complain that obviously the food's missing or whatever, or they can't complain anymore. So this is what it's going to now. It's literally, basically, everything's weighted out. And,
Yeah,
okay.
every store that I've been to over the last 5 years has changed self checkout in some way. They've either reduced the number. One store has eliminated it entirely, and other stores have put people to stare at you as you check out through self checkout.
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
that.
Damn right.
It's like I feel like I have to say I didn't steal anything when I walk by. They're
Yeah.
staring a hole through you because
I don't
there is
care.
apparently a lot of theft that occurs. I don't
It's
know.
so easy. So
It's
easy.
so easy, I guess. People do it in different ways. I don't know how they do it.
And
but
there's no way they can catch you. You could play dumb. I mean, if those carts have like a shelf on the bottom, you
Yep.
store a couple cases of beer down there. Oh,
Yep.
I totally forgot that.
There's
really
that,
didn't know.
or
I didn't
there's there's picking up like expensive deli meats, and I'll have like two in your hand. You only scan the top one.
Yeah.
You throw
Right,
both
right.
in the bag. That boar's head shit, which is garbage, can go for like $14 or $15
Garbage.
a pound.
Yeah. Well,
My mate stole glasses at an airport, and he always does it. He always does it every year. And I said to him, like, fucking
seems worth it.
yeah. And he got caught, and he had him on his head, and they give him a hard time, rightly so. But he was full of shit. And I was like, "You're too old to do shit like that." He said, "But I've been doing it for 30 years." Like every time he goes on holiday, he's got to go to like duty-free section and just put glasses on his head and walk out, like, sort of thing.
So
Obviously he did it.
here's something that's happened around here that I haven't seen in other places, and you tell me if look who lobbied our homeland governments to change immigration policy. I don't know what that means. Is the stores that used to offer those little baskets for smaller amounts of goods you want to buy, the handheld baskets?
Yes,
They've taken those away. Now, I don't know if people are stealing the baskets or the baskets make stealing the food easier. It's got to
Yeah,
be one or
that's
the
what-
other.
The
Yeah,
basket
that's what
stealing
it
is
is.
the basket stealing is a problem. At ours, they put like little.
Who wants who wants those baskets? I guess people.
I
No,
don't think
think-
it's. I don't think it's
I
on
think
purpose
I-
a lot.
Oh,
I
they
just think
think
they
it's
walk
good for-
out.
I-
I think they walk out with it, and they get out there, and they're like, "I'm not going to walk
Well-
this back in. I'll just throw it in the back of my truck."
Well, I tell you what, in the UK, when you see them doing the old snatch and grabs, not smash and grabs, they just snatch things off the shelves. Is they use like a basket or one of those Uber things, like be two of them, and they'll just run out with like a basket of bottles, of spirits, and yeah.
Well,
I think maybe it's to do with.
here's what I do
Yeah.
to punish them back. I use my reusable bags. I use those as baskets. Now they don't like that because people steal things
Yeah.
by putting them in the bags they're going to check out in, and then they put that bag on the checkout thing there, and it says, the machine says, "Did you just put a bag there?" And you say
Right.
yes, and it just registers the weight of it as the weight. People then put other things in there, but whatever they had pre-loaded in there, they steal.
I
So
got another.
I know this causes them heartburn, and so that's why I do it.
That's a good one. I've got another one here. They used to have this wall of scanners at the store that people would take a scanner, and then as they took items off of the grocery shelf, scan it and put it in their cart.
Hell yeah, dude. I've only seen
You've
that
had-
at Martin's.
And then you just pay with your card and you walk out with never having to go through a checkout.
Yeah, that's I think Instacart, which is kind of a independent thing that has contracts with a lot of these stores, I think they do it that way. Somehow you could grab the Instacart scanner, handheld scanner, and the cart, and as you put things, as you grab things, you scan them and put them in the cart, and then somehow when you're all done, you're it's like you already have your credit card
Well,
registered, and you
yeah,
push a button and you're paid and you leave.
Sure.
They still
yeah,
check
last
the receipt, though.
Yeah, they do.
yeah, but last dance, like in the UK, well, like, I'm sure the same in America. But when you scrap merchants, and when you go in, they'll weigh you and the lorry, your contents in the lorry, and on the way out, they'll weigh you again, and they'll pay you the difference. I'm
Mhm.
sure they might do that with the trolley. And so you just put the trolley on like sort of
I didn't see that.
bigger scale, but maybe that because it would work the same way as self-service, isn't it? Because basically they just weigh a lot of weight things, isn't it? Checks.
Yeah.
So when you scan something, weight checks. The only difference is, when they do it in baskets, it's a single item. They check a single item, but it wouldn't make that much difference if they just added them all up with the trolley.
Yeah, English Bottle Cap raises a point I was going to mention is this technology called RFIDs or RFIDs. They were talking about that 15 years ago as being the future because it's relatively cheap and you could attach one to every single item, and you pass through a mechanism, and if you haven't paid, it starts beeping, so you can't get away with stealing anything. But it never seemed to have taken off. I don't know what
It
the
has
deal is.
integrated into society in different ways, and there are certain stores that did pilot that technology as a store. I believe Apple stores were doing it, but they shut down all those stores. I think some Amazon stores had that, but
Okay.
they must have canceled it due to theft somehow, because people would literally walk in with an account and then walk out through the door, and as they walk through the door, it would credit that.
You know those delivery robots. Even these automated car things, they just get my back up straight away. And
All I've seen to do in LA is break those things. That's all I ever
well,
seen.
yeah. So I seen a guy walking his dog, and his dog wasn't happy. It's quite an old kid now, and the dog wasn't happy about this like robot dog, and the guy kicked it on his side, and the thing was just fucking like a turtle upside down, completely useless.
There was a robot dog out walking around with a person. What the fuck? People have these things?
Yeah.
They literally just have robot dogs in Saudi Arabia now.
Yeah.
They don't even have a real dog walking it with a robot. They just walk a robot dog. It's ridiculous.
Well, a robot dog is probably halal.
Well, that's fair.
A real dog is.
Never thought about that.
Yeah.
They don't like dogs.
Exactly.
They do not like dogs, just like the Rasta. No dog, man.
So
There was a story about a dog that took a shotgun and shot his owner.
Yeah, he switched to cheaper food.
Supposedly an accident. The dog was never saying so.
The dog was a black lab. Sorry, that was.
That's
We gotta-
a little bit too
You got to
far,
time you
mister.
out, Steve.
No, because black labs are dumb. That's why I don't know what you guys are thinking. Jeez.
Maybe I need to time myself out.
Wait there. Who are you saying who's dumb? Are you saying someone chimped out?
No, we're not
No
saying
way I'm
that stuff
saying
here.
that.
No, I would
Are
never
you
say
saying
that.
It's okay.
Abort.
Black labs lives matter, of course.
Dive.
Get one for a kidney over a heart. Kidney's easier to remove for sure.
Yeah, you want to go on X and put in black fatigue. That's quite funny.
This is a good one. Good. He's pro point from Lee. And how are you, Lee? Good to see you, man. Yeah.
You could program that. It could be an expansion package.
Right.
Well, it could just be Snickers bars, and you'd be psyched whenever you
There
had
you
to
go.
take a crap.
What if it leaks? What if it leaks oil?
Or those Hogwarts jelly beans.
I mean, this thing isn't the fucking Tin Man. It's not going to have oil like leaking out of it. Like, come on.
It's got joints. Don't they have to be lubricated? I mean, come on.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe lithium grease or something.
They probably break before they need to be lubricated.
Made of Teflon, so they don't need lubrication.
There you go.
Eastwind. I have not. I don't know if this is a kind of an off-color joke, off-color, no pun intended, or
I can believe it.
yeah, those monkeys would be grabbing anything.
They can copy and imitate.
Exactly. Big problem over there.
Yeah, gun theft and
Baboons.
monkeys.
Baboons specifically, like those things are pretty bad.
Yeah.
Top, we'll get on here, dude.
But a
being so
question.
racist in the comments and say it on video camera.
Double.
So let's just ask the question: do we want the federal government to consider reimbursing hospitals for care of illegal immigrants?
How?
It's the law
Sorry,
right
can you-
now.
Can you repeat it, please?
Do we want the federal government to reimburse hospitals for emergency room care and delivery and labor? Sorry, not emergency room, emergency care and delivery and labor to hospitals. They mostly reimburse them now for that care under a part of a law attached to Medicare, I believe, or Medicaid.
Yes. So basically, should taxpayers foot the bill? What you say?
Yeah, but in the end,
Yeah.
the hospitals are going to do it because they are bound by
Yeah.
a greater
Yeah.
oath.
Yes,
So-
and the problem you get as well is that people will go to act in an emergency because they know they're not going to get treated otherwise, so they're sort of clogging up the system as well. Correct? Am I correct in saying that?
That
Yeah.
sounds
Because they
like a
can't
burden.
refuse you. They can't refuse you from acting in an emergency, and they can't really get treated elsewhere, so they'll go to act in an emergency just by default.
My opinion is the minority, I've discovered.
Yeah, but like it's a catch-22. If they either have to refuse service, they have to operate at a loss, or the taxpayer has to pick up the bill.
Well, and the thing is, a doctor cannot ethically or legally refuse the service. He can have his license to practice taken away because the rules and ethics of like the Hippocratic Oath supersede everything for them. That's why they have to do it. You know.
Well,
If it
then-
comes out of
Yeah.
his paycheck, he'll change his morals.
Exactly.
I mean, RW said the last option, and which was basically the only option. The taxpayer is going to foot the bill. That's basically
Yeah, the
maybe
reason
answer
I'll
to
tell you,
that.
the reason that works is because people believe, and not everybody, when I say people, I mean people that are not as smart as Aphid. People believe that the federal government has money. Somehow they have money. Now, if you change the rules, let's say that it had to be reimbursed within the city. Well, that's a smaller pool. People in the city might think, well, I'm not so sure now. I got to pay for that.
That's true.
Last time.
And if it was just a small town where they had to pay for it, I think they'd run those immigrants out before they treated them.
It
So-
might
so last
change
time-
it might change the opinion of people who are operating a sanctuary city or sanctuary state if they're on the footing the bill for the medical care.
So when you just said that last time, I can't remember where I was in America. I seen an interview with a Democrat that says that he found out that the state was footing the bill and it wasn't federally. So basically, the blue states as well, you know, they're allowing it, and they're actually ending up footing the bill, so that the people from the state have footed the bill. Is that correct? Can you confirm or not? I mean,
California has
Sounds
enacted levels of insurance above the ACA that does cover, it offers insurance to illegals.
what this chap said that as it turns out, U.S. citizens that would have to pay Medicaid, the illegals were getting better care.
In some states, yes.
It's, like, it's so berserk. Yeah, like, once again, who suffers? The working class.
So here's what I would. I'd go further. I'd take this to extremes. Now let's restrict the people that have to pay to the hospital. And you would say, well, not everybody at the hospital is rich. Okay, I'll change my rules. Just the MDs, the people with medical degrees
Right.
at the hospital, they have to pay.
The ones that are pivotal.
Yep. So now you have the people who claim that, the Hippocratic Oath requires them to treat them. Okay. Show me, that you live your oath in reality. It's easy to comply with an oath when everybody else in the country is paying and you're just paying, your one sliver of 330 millionth of what the charge is. But if you're on the hook for that, then now let me see you obey the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, firstly, can you clarify your position, Last Dance, about my question?
Probably not, but I'll try.
Yes or no? Should the federal government reimburse the individual hospitals for the care? As
No.
it is outlined by the law, that is a law that says these people will get the care.
If I have to say yes or no, right? So I'll say no.
So it's a federal law, mind you. So if they're going to have a federal law,
Change
would
the
there
law.
not be? That's not that easy, but it's a possibility. But then that leads you to what Aphid has brought up, walking into a hospital and stepping over some half-dead Mexican who can't go in because he doesn't have, I don't mean to sound, like a jerk, but kind of do, like, who doesn't have insurance and he can't get in, he can't get treatment. So, like, what's the solution for that?
Sorry, you took your chances coming across the border. You swam across the Rio Grande, or you were in the care of coyotes, and you're not doing much better coming across the border. I don't want crossing the border to suddenly be a great place for you.
Last Dance is so base sometimes, and when people try and corner him, he goes super base. He never backs off the mic. He always goes super base. Well, there we go.
Base that makes me.
He's as cold as motherfucking ice, baby. He is cold.
I
knew
you forced me to say yes or no.
What's that based?
I knew what he was going to say before he said it. I knew he was going to say no chance.
Now I want to get a dissenting opinion, but he keeps getting up, and he'll be back momentarily.
He's got to pop a shock top, or
it's going to pop a
blue
cap
moon, or whatever it is.
Shock top.
All right.
Yeah, well, I just think that the in my brain, maybe I'm stupid. Last Dance is a smart guy, and I think completely opposite of him. It seems like the person most responsible should foot the bill, and it's not the doctor. He's not responsible for letting this guy come over. It's not the county. It's not the state, unless you're Texas, I guess. It's the government, and I just think that they're the most responsible. So I just don't. It doesn't make any sense to me why they shouldn't be the one.
Why are they?
Whoa! It's the government may bear some responsibility for letting the person come over, but the person most responsible is the person that crossed the border illegally.
Correct.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but they're here.
The next most responsible person is the doctor who claims that he has no choice because of the Hippocratic Oath. He must treat this person. Well, I don't think Hippocrates would say that the government has to pay for it. I think that burden fell on the doctor.
That this human being that has this job is forced because of your negligence to make a decision that he has the capabilities of helping this person. He's got all the tools, he's got the facilities, and he's just going to turn his back on them because of the situation that they're in.
Here's what I'll say to that.
But that's going to live with them for the rest of their life. They turn one person down.
Well, then don't turn them down.
Yeah, well then they shouldn't be penalized for not
Why?
turning
I
them
didn't
down.
take the Hippocratic Oath. Why do I have to pay for
It's
this?
not a hypocrite
You took
oath.
the
It's being a
libertarian
human
oath.
being. You didn't have a job. Oh, maybe you did, where other people's lives were in your hands. If you chose not to help them, I mean, come on.
No,
I mean, you see
I
somebody on the
didn't.
side of the road, either you're gonna, look at them and not pull over and help them, or you're gonna pull over and help them.
Yeah,
Treat
I
'em
would
like a
help
hit tier,
them.
bro.
But that would be my responsibility. I wouldn't say, I'm going to help you. And then when I'm all done, I'm going to figure out how much it cost me to help you, my time. I'm going to calculate it. I'm going to calculate how much the time I lost cost. I'm going to calculate how much fuel I spent. I'm going to make these calculations, and I'm going to send a bill to the federal government. That's not
Well,
what I would do.
The flip side of that is that's never going to happen. There's not going to be some dying Mexican on the front opening doors that is not allowed to come in to get treated. They're going to get treated. And then they're going to take that. They're just like I said before, they're going to raise their rates because they're going to be like, wait a minute, we're losing, our whole, because most hospitals and stuff like that are and hold on. I'll lose my train of thought base. Sorry. But they're a conglomerate. There's a bunch, you got in each town, and it's probably it's probably that way across the nation. These several companies that own these hospitals, and they're going to be like, look at all this money we're just going out just because most likely the Republicans or thank God not the libertarians in office make that decision, and then they're gonna raise their rates, and they're gonna keep that same profit margin they keep for everything else that they raise, and where the government, if they pay for it, hopefully, maybe in my brain, if we elect the right people, they're gonna be like, look, we're a cut finger is costs $1,000 to fix. No, since we're having to pay for this, let's do a better job at keeping these prices down somehow, and in an ideal world.
Yeah, Aphid, let's clarify it though.
Go ahead.
The taxpayer. Everyone says the government paying. No, the taxpayer. The taxpayer will pay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want to call it.
Well, you do.
This doctor's not going to pay for it. The hospital's not going to pay for it. It's going to be all of us as people, whether you want to call us taxpayers, whether you want to call us customers of hospitals, whether you want to call us payers into our insurance. One way or another, we're all going to have to pay for it.
I don't agree with you.
Just don't say that.
Even in the scenario,
Don't say the government.
Who's going to pay for it then? Last answer.
The public.
Well, wait,
the public
one quick caveat to this is you do not have to be an American citizen to purchase health insurance. So these illegal people, if they had a decent job and were making decent money, could buy their own health insurance and be covered. But the simple fact of the matter is, like 71% of them are lacking any health coverage. So you're talking millions and millions of them that are choosing.
Every taxpayer doesn't have insurance either, and we foot the bill for them too.
Yeah, but that's different because
they're in the club, bro. They're
exactly.
in the club.
They're not illegal.
We put a fence around our country and say the people inside get more than the people outside.
Yeah.
I just see zero benefit of being like,
well,
nope,
this
we're
is
taking
where
this away.
I disagree with you. I think that the doctors will at first treat these people, and then they will try to raise prices, but the market will push back, and they will find ways to find economies. They won't be charged the same. It won't be as expensive.
This is also a burden.
They'll do things differently. The market that you have created will force some kind of efficiencies into it, and they might stop supporting illegal immigration too.
What's the problem with fixing this problem by, we'll help you, but you're going to get deported. You come into this hospital, we're going to help you. You're not going back out. Because
Well,
if these people make their own personal decision, they're dying or they got a compound fracture, bone sticking out of their arm, and they're gonna get infected. They're gonna get that arm cut off.
Just take
If
a
they
kidney and a lung.
decide and make that decision, no, I'm not going to go into the hospital, because if I go into the hospital, base, just hold on a second, for Christ's sake. They're not going to go in there because they're going to get deported if they go in there, and they die in their own little shack with the other 5 families they live with. Then that's fine with me. That's their decision. They made that decision to not get the care. But if they go in, they check in. If that's the way to fix the problem. It just seems so much more
I like
smart
it.
than
Smoke Steve said I had to say yes or no. But if I was not saying to say yes or no, I'd say that's a good compromise.
Okay.
Well, another easy answer is to rapidly remove them all before such care is needed, or childbirth. And that's where we are now.
You'd have to do it in one day. You'd have to.
Well,
what about
you were saying a minute ago you thought the way they were doing it was wrong, and now you're trying to say something totally the opposite? Come on.
No. I said in certain cases, in individual cases, that American citizens.
Well, how do you think this is going to happen?
No, I understand that. I'm just saying they could tighten it up a little, but yeah, if they want to have it happen rapidly, there's going to be some missteps. I got you. I just want them to attempt as best as they can to not fuck with Americans who have light brown skin or whatever. Just
I have a solution.
Right. That's the other problem. The mistaken identity. The half-second decision making that loses. Maybe it's only 0.5 of half of 1%. But you add that up over a year of these people that were like, I don't know. He looked like he was maybe illegal, so I didn't want to treat him. He couldn't talk because his jaw was falling off. And he dies. And somebody made the wrong decision.
I have a solution.
Great example.
So basically,
I mean, what do you want me to say? You think these things don't happen?
They happen. I agree. They definitely. Every bad thing that happens to regular people happens to illegal immigrants. They're not somehow immune from all the bad things that happen.
What if they had to pay with one of their kidneys? Wouldn't that offset the cost?
Well, this is what I was trying to interrupt Aphid about. If they sell a lung or a liver, that'll pay back some of the cost.
Well, you can't
only
sell
have one
liver.
So that ain't gonna work.
You can piece it out, I guess, but
yeah, right. You can part it out.
Yeah, you can cut a bit of the liver; it'll regenerate itself.
The word they use is a lobe.
It relieves any thought I had of feeling sorry for cutting India for cutting into me. Then,
so
I'm glad you didn't interrupt me with that.
This problem is solving itself if people aren't continuing to flood in through the border. So the burden on taxpayers is for a period of time until everything is integrated into the system. But at the same time, if we're going to open those floodgates again in 3 years, then the burden's going to come right back full hand. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's a solution to this one.
I think it's time for me to complain again that we were told by Biden and the people that defended him that there was nothing he could do unless they passed this bill. And
that was
that bill was not
legislation.
And President Trump didn't get that bill passed, and yet somehow illegal immigration seems to have trickled down to zero, and people are being
executive branch's job.
Well, yeah, that was your point back then when it was argued, and certain people would say, well, why won't they pass the bill? And you would always say, he doesn't need a bill. He could stop this. It'd be over.
Right.
He's the head guy in charge. And it was really just silly. And even the mainstream media now are willing to say how much of a massive mistake it was by the Biden administration.
They don't think it was a moral mistake. They think it was a political mistake because it helped Donald Trump get elected.
I think it was. They look at it as a logistical mistake as well.
No, the thing is, they just keep thinking if you flood the country with migrants, they're going to vote Democrat. Well, sadly, that hasn't really worked out for them. A lot of Indians are quite right wing, and a lot of Mexicans quite traditional, and they ended up voting for Trump, didn't they? So, but that's what they've been relying on for a long time now, is the old numbers game. especially in certain states, and it didn't work out for him this time, did it?
Yeah, and I don't think anybody, in reality, nobody looks good when it comes to the illegal immigration, because I'm sorry to say that a lot of right-wing opposition is based on racial stereotypes and racism. I'm not saying that the anti-immigration position is necessarily racist. I'm just saying that there's a big segment of the right that doesn't really like
Anti-immigration or anti-illegal immigration?
anti-illegal immigration.
Okay, thank you.
To be honest with you, I don't want a load of Afghanis moving in next door to me, and that's currently what's happening in lots of places. Getting flooded by certain demographics, and I wouldn't say it's conducive for a happy sort of
Well, I certainly
society.
agree that you don't want, you want immigration to at least be slow enough that immigrants can assimilate, rather than you somehow assimilate to a foreign culture. That doesn't seem right.
Base, I got a question.
Go on.
I got a question for you. So I think a lot of Americans think of the immigration problem that the UK has differently than the reality. This has been something you guys have been dealing with for decades, not just since Syria, for example. Because I watched American Werewolf in London, and the scenes in the hospital. It seems like it's a real hospital. I don't know if they used a real. There's just so many people. Most of the time in movies, when there's a hospital scene, there's like two people walking down the halls.
Can I ask you, what was the date of that movie?
I would guess, if I had to guess, I would say 1984.
Okay, thank you.
So, but I don't know. But I'm pretty close, I'm sure.
80s, we'll say.
It's 81.
Okay, so great movie, great movie, by the way. But anyway, the hospital scenes, there is a lot of, what do you guys call them? Asian immigrants?
Yeah.
In the hospitals, like overwhelming amount of like people look like from India or Pakistan or whatever.
Yeah.
Middle East, I guess.
Yeah.
And so that's, even back in the 80s and probably 70s, you had an overwhelming population.
Yes. But basically the numbers started going crazy when Blair came into power in the mid-90s.
Okay.
And it hasn't stopped from there. So we've always had migration, but the migration would go into the numbers of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 a year. So that's what the numbers were. And then in the mid-90s, went through the roof. Who's this, Blair? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So
it was bad already, and then when all the uprising and stuff in the Middle East happened.
Well, I think if you check the right people in, I think in the tens of thousands, if we'd have carried on doing tens of thousands a year, I think everything would have been fine, and I think we would have got a good class of people in the country, not just any old rocket scientist or NASA engineer, and. I think it would have been a much better ride for everyone concerned in the country. But as it is, it's, there's no policing at all of anything. You can arrive on a boat and be walking around Lincoln Town Centre 24 hours later while leaving your 4-star hotel. That's literally how quick you can go through processing now, because they've got to be quick because there's more people coming behind. So, so the migrant thing, it's sort of very recent in the last 20 odd years, 20, 30 years, the numbers game. But the NHS itself, 30% of the NHS employees, so that's everyone from CEOs to, kitchen porters or whatever. 30% are foreign born working in the NHS.
So Lee had brought up.
Well, Loafer, you could come on and be part of the panel, and then we wouldn't be behind the curve.
Lee says here about Hungary, but they're having issues with their deficit and their economy as well. So they're not exactly doing great.
Poland's doing very good.
Poland,
They're predicting Poland is going to is going to be a more I can't remember the words. It's too late in the night. More valuable country than Britain it will be in about 7 years' time. You know, under current predictions, the way it's going at the moment, they're going to overtake.
I'm sorry, I kind of didn't catch that. Did you say a more variable country?
No, that they'll we would be. I can't think of the word. I can't. Poland would be more valuable than the UK. GDP.
A greater net gross GDP.
Yeah.
Well, Poland's pretty big too, though.
Yeah, but obviously 15 years ago, they were all flooding to the UK.
Yeah.
Because they were getting 5 times the wages for their plumbing jobs in the UK. If you get times 5, you know, you're going to mostly go for that. So, you know, how times have changed. I wonder what they're doing different. I don't know. It misses me. Yeah.
Well, you know,
I
countries like Poland come from, you know, a place where leftism, you know, was the previous oppressive government that they overthrew. So there's probably, I would say there's just a natural resistance to leftist thinking in Poland, in Hungary, and sort of all the formerly communist countries of the Eastern Europe.
Yes. So there's a really good YouTube video by a guy called Tyler Olivier. He was the guy who did that poop thing, that Indian poop festival. I think I went viral recently as well. That RW, that clip I sent you. But he was in Poland and he was with the EU MP Dominic Trzaskowski, and it was showing on CCTV. One of Russia keep on sending people across, but they showed the CCTV. It was an invader throwing a spear, and it went into the Polish guard's eye and killed him. You can see the footage. Well, they passed the law in Poland. Anyone entering the country illegally is shoot to kill policy. So,
That'll reduce illegal immigration.
Yeah, and so there's no. It's a really good video. It is. It just shows they're not fucking around. One of their men got killed from like some spear chucking fucking beast, and well, game over now.
Spear chucking.
I'm still waiting for Topple to turn your camera on so I can confirm it's you. But if you
It's
want
Topple. Come on, it's Topple.
Well, he changed his avatar.
He changes it every hour.
Well, it was. He just changed it again.
I've seen that one before.
Well, he had it different before I left, but now clearly he's changing it pretty quickly.
He's trolling somebody with that avatar. Somebody we won't mention.
Now he's got Trump.
Do you guys have any thoughts on the X app integrating more technologies and pushing on their everything app agenda? They have encryption messages, audio, video calls, file transfers. They're doing money soon. That's their next push.
What do you mean by money?
In other words, you can use it like Apple Pay or PayPal, or you can
transfer
use
money
to
to
money
people.
Transfer medium. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how, but that's their goal.
I think. Well, I probably won't use those services. I don't really care to have one app do everything personally.
Mhm.
I like the apps that I'm familiar with and I trust, or I know how much I trust them. So,
You're used to them.
I don't know what market they're trying to capture, but to send money, I'm going to use Venmo or Zelle or Cash App.
It,
I'm not going to use X.
it was always Elon's thing. This was it was always what he wanted to do, wasn't it? You know?
Yeah.
Right. It was
He-
to do the
he
American
knew-
WhatsApp.
Yeah, he knew the 42 billion he paid was crazy money, and he's got a thing with 42.
Besides the money
but-
transfers, though, the only difference is that when we send each other stuff back and forth now, we're kind of like tagging each other in. Or if I want to send you a picture, I have to do a post and then tag you on the post. It basically gets rid of the public persona, and I can send it directly to an individual, quote unquote, encrypted. That's the only difference I'm seeing there. But if people start using it for like money, I'm curious to see how that changes things.
Yeah, I mean the DMs are. I don't know if they're encrypted or not, but it sort of achieves the texting and sending pictures side of it.
Well, basically, your DMs were not DMs. So they literally could view them, which they were in the past before Elon took them. But
Yeah. I mean, I think we all understood that.
I think there's a reasonable expectation that people can read your DMs on social media, and the admins for sure.
Yeah, anyone that trusts encryption, good for them.
Right. Exactly.
Some more technology news. Blue Origin has successfully landed their booster, so they're competing with SpaceX.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
actually I saw the launch and the landing. So
Do you? I mean, Amazon definitely has money to throw at, space technologies. Do you really see Amazon becoming an actual competitor for SpaceX? It seems like they're so far behind the ball.
they are far behind, but far behind means 5 years behind. And in 5 years, they will be. If they want, they ought to be where SpaceX
I think
SpaceX is
I
now.
think I think Elon. I can't quote him, but I'm trying to make it up. I think he quoted, "We're doing rocket launches every 3 days, and we've been doing that for like 2 years." He's
Right,
like,
right.
they do a rocket launch once every 9 months, and thinks they're making progress.
And they've already gone through multiple iterations of their rocket designs, their satellites. Their satellites are on the 3rd version.
Yeah.
Of what's
So
the constellation called? Their satellites.
Starlink.
Starlink. Yes, they're already on version 3 of Starlink. So yeah,
Right.
they're way ahead. And this was.
Sorry, it's last time. Their engine has dropped a third in parts from his first generation. They're in the 3rd generation of engine. Like when he mentioned the engine, they dropped a third of moving parts in the whole engine. You can see it. There's pictures, and it's like more consistent, more powerful, and they're offloading of their Skylight.
Now, why do you think they did 33 engines?
I've seen the offloading. What?
Why do you think they chose to use 33 engines on their rocket?
There's not.
Is that just by chance?
Well,
there are not 33 engines on Blue Origin.
I bet there is.
No. Sorry, this is spaceship, or what's the biggest one?
Starship.
Yeah.
You mean SpaceX?
No, I don't know.
SpaceX's model, yeah.
Starship,
deep space rocket. I just.
I've seen them offloading the satellite, and I was really impressed. They're just like they're slotting them out like an old cassette, and they're just flying off, and
Yeah.
they're all doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
To be frank, I think it's silly to have 2 companies pursuing this same objective when one of them is significantly further ahead than the other. It seems like I don't know if it's Bezos, just his ego, or
Yeah, it's his ego. Is.
but
I don't
if
see any negative towards it. I mean, if anything, it
Yeah.
would push Elon to go
Lower
even harder.
prices.
I would say they'd be better served to do it together.
Hmm.
Well, see, that would be
They'd still be.
that
a
would be like a
monopoly.
monopoly where they would conspire to restrict trade by and keep prices higher by working together.
Could you
I
imagine
don't-
Amazon drop
don't want-
shipping a package from space and it lands in your
It would
house
be
in 5
illegal.
seconds?
But they're replacing NASA essentially.
Is that an ICBM? A nuclear missile? No.
No, that's my dildo. Boom.
That's right.
Yeah, but
I
NASA
guess-
left the chat, as the kids said.
Yeah, NASA's
yeah.
gone.
Yeah, they've definitely changed their model from in-house to outhouse.
I just feel like it's a waste
Oh,
of overlapping like resources. They're both doing the same thing, and it's just on such a grandiose scale.
I mean, yeah, but you got different ideas too. I mean, that's how we get further is having
Yeah,
two
I mean,
sets of.
I hope they have different ideas. It would be bad, and it might seem that way, and I'm not sure it is or isn't. It would be bad if Bezos was just kind of copying, Musk, but 3 years.
Yeah, but what's his objectives? I thought his objectives was like basically make it like some sort of commercial operation where they float in space for about a minute and they come back down.
I mean, look at the car.
That's
you
what it
know, I
looks
mean,
like.
imagine if we were just like, oh, well, everybody should have got
we
together.
only need GM. We don't need anybody.
Right.
We should have kept the Model T. We would have been just fine.
That's what we would
I
have
mean,
had.
you got companies that come out now with cars, and they Tesla came out with a car 100 years after the fact, and look at how good they're doing.
Yeah.
But if you look at the competition factor between Blue Origin and SpaceX, it for Blue Origin to land a booster rocket, to me that really stinks of he got some employees that used to work for SpaceX and massively advanced his technology through recycled information.
No, I mean, no.
Well,
I mean, even if he did, that's still just seeing what works best.
Yeah.
It's
I
still legal. I'm just saying, did he really do it? Like what is his goal in the end of the day?
Yeah, but I mean, that's like saying like the first person, any invention, I mean,
Yeah.
4 wheels and a combustion engine, I mean, come on.
Do you remember the DeLorean?
yes,
I mean, DeLorean was a GM exec. He took all that.
John J. DeLorean.
I don't know if it was a J, but John DeLorean. Yeah. He took all his
Cocaine
knowledge
smuggler.
from GM and built his own car company based on his own ideas.
He was smuggling cocaine. You know that, don't you?
Well, turns out that was the most successful.
that was the time travel part.
That was the most successful part of his enterprise. But
Yeah, the
That isn't
cocaine
my
smuggling
point.
model. Yeah.
The car was
Elon
actually
Elon
unspectacular.
notoriously doesn't he shares his information instead of
That's
putting
correct.
patents on
That's
it,
correct.
too.
He doesn't patent anything on his cars. It's crazy.
Well,
Yeah, it's not
It's-
proprietary.
SpaceX, Elon's company, has launched most of Bezos's Project Kuiper satellites because Blue Origin cannot launch as fast as SpaceX can.
What is Project Kuiper?
That's Amazon's version of Starlink.
Oh, they're doing a great job advertising it.
I know. What is it?
What is that?
I don't think
know
it's-
Starlink.
I don't think it's commercially available yet. It's just
Clearly not. Like
Yeah.
everybody you watch who's doing remote anything, sailing, fucking van life, all that, they all have Starlink. Never
Right.
seen a Kuiper yet. So
well, it doesn't. If you have just like 10 satellites, no one's going to want it because you'll be online for 10 seconds, then offline for 10 minutes, then online for 10 seconds, then offline. You got to get a critical mass of satellites out there before you can sell any.
there'll be
service.
small windows traveling around the world that you have to stay in to keep your internet connection.
Yeah, I mean, when you're saying all these RV like YouTubes and stuff, like the sailing ones, for example, they have all Starlink now. They've all, like you said, they've all followed suit, and like some of them, they said it's completely changed what they do
Oh
because
yeah.
it takes them like days to download stuff they've got to download from the editor and all the shit they've got to go through. They've got to stick next to islands and for long periods and stuff. He said, "No." He said, I've got like 10 times the amount of reception I would have got. If I tried to hug places or something." And he said,
Elon does do some things though where he charges you more if you're out like away from any countries, and when you get within 2 miles or something of a country, then like all of a sudden you're paying. Like you have to have this special Starlink, which is way more expensive to have like it perfect everywhere. But
"Yeah,
that's horseshit. All he's doing is making more money off of you because the internet, it's already there.
Right.
He's just saying you're going to have to pay more if you want it in the middle of the Atlantic, or I'll give it for
Yeah.
you a lot cheaper if you're within 2 miles of Portugal. for
Makes sense
example.
to me. It's good business.
Right.
Yeah.
So a lot of these streamers, they make a shitload of content. Then when they get close to countries, they often will upload it then
Yep,
because he just charges way more when you're like out at sea.
Right.
But it is funny.
Yeah.
The internet, the signal is there. He's just choosing to do
yeah."
it. That's business.
But like I said, just their general sort of like the way they go about their week now changes because, like I said, it's completely changed the game in
here's-
the downloading power that they've got
There's
now. I
one,
mean,
one thing you got to remember about satellites, Topple. They still, all of the systems suffer from what's called, I think it's called rain fade. And that is, if it's very cloudy or raining, the signal is attenuated substantially. You can lose connectivity or have it be degraded greatly. So
It's true, but with Starlink technology, you have to basically have a Category 5 hurricane. It's incredible what it can get away with when there's major cloud coverage and heavy wind and rain.
RW, are you on
Yeah.
it right now?
We've been on it for about 3 years.
Can
okay,
you do a quick, what's that site called? Ubu or some shit that gives you your internet
can do a
speed right away?
I can do a speed test. So last night I did packet loss. 'Cause I had to reset the
Ookla.
router.
Ookla.
Hookla. I don't know.
give us your numbers there.
Yeah, give us your number.
Show us your numbers. All right.
Sure.
Ready? Watch it drop my everything. Oh, here we go. I don't know how many people are using the system right now. Probably 4.
Yep.
So I'm running at about 10 megabits per second solid. If it was one user on mine's older generation, it would be around 60 to 80 by itself. Upload is around 10 megabits per second, which is very good because most ADSLs are around like 1 for upload.
Yep.
So this is with a heavy load at the moment. So 10 and 10. That's where I'm at.
So what is it on? Well, it's just like you on the computer. What would it be then?
If it
Normally?
was just one user, it'd be around 80. And with the newer system, which my grandfather has, I think it's like 300.
Yeah, okay. My download is 295. My upload is 342.
Damn.
Yeah, you're not going to do, you got fiber probably. So
I do. I got
Verizon
four-
Fios. So you're going to get.
I got 442
Nothing's
down
gonna
and
beat that. Yeah, there's no satellite.
200 up.
If we play World of Warcraft, you're definitely running the tank.
And I
I
got
mean-
my,
And I'm far away from my router too. It's better closer.
dude, run a
I mean,
wire. I'm telling you, get yourself a Cat 8. They might even sell.
Well, I
Cat 9.
got one. That's what's running to my PC, and it's only at around 90 because
Oh, wow.
I got it running to a router over here that's bogging it down. That's why.
Oh,
It's
so yeah. You're
Starlink.
running like a booster router.
Well, it's just an old router. It's
He
just-
doesn't buy
it's
anything
down
new,
here.
so you got to remember. It's,
Yeah, I got an old router.
it's whatever is in the dumpster, right?
That's right. I mean, 100 is more than enough I need for down here in the corner.
Wow.
Is there anywhere Starlink doesn't work in the world?
No.
Yeah, thought
I
so.
think it's 100% coverage.
He's achieved 100% right now.
Like I said, he opened it up for like the tornado on it or the hurricane.
Multiple
last
times.
month.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he always opens it up. Yeah.
He's also through that. What's it called when you benefit from chaos? He got into federal communications with his satellites through that, and is now attached to the phone grid. Or I can't remember the technical terms for that. But during Katrina, I believe it was, he was allowed to become joined into
Not
that network.
Katrina. Not Katrina.
Or sorry, Katrina. What was Helena?
Yeah, the one in North Carolina.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Katrina was early 2000s.
Right.
New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans. Yeah.
Just locked in your brain, isn't it, Katrina?
Yeah.
Just recently, he gave it to Jamaica. Bombaclat. They fucking loved it. They love him for it. you know?
Didn't they just get
That's the one
flattened?
I was on about.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't have internet. They're like, oh man, we're all destroyed now.
Fucking hell.
But now we finally have internet. You know, like they had shitty internet before, and it's way better now because generosity.
And I bet actually he will get a lot of business from that anyway, because a lot of people who can afford it, you've literally forced their hands. Like, this is a game changer.
Yeah,
Well,
the resorts
yeah.
have it, and then if you're outside of the resorts, the coverage was not good in that country. But
Yes, it does, Don.
is that Sarita?
Yeah, she's chilling in the background. Not enough light to see her.
It's okay. Her nice laugh is fun.
he got into trouble. He got into trouble for Ukraine and Russia, didn't he? Because he kept on giving it to Ukraine, and then the Ukrainians were having a go at him because the Russians were using it. He said, "Well, you keep on losing ground." It's like you're not even updating where the line is or anything.
I've
You
heard
know,
no
obviously when they're
notification over there. I know what you're talking about, but when it comes to modern news or current news, I'm not really sure it's even going on over there.
What happened with Topple? You
Well-
never let him on? Last dance?
What do you mean? It's
I'll
up
tell
to
you what
you.
they are.
Sorry,
I'll tell you what they
Topple.
are using. RW. They're
Yes,
using a
you
lot of
guys are assholes.
fly by wire. They're going backwards, if you know what I mean. So
Who?
all the interferences, both of them, Russia and Ukraine with the drones, they're using. The reports are right that there is so much fiber optic cable in the countryside. It's literally like beds of it across trees where
I've
you
seen
know.
it.
I mean, there's so much fiber drones going around at
It's
the moment.
probably
There's all the
like
defenses they brought in.
moths hanging off trees now in this countryside.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what you're like a mist or whatever across the trees.
It's a nightmare. Fuck Russia. Go Ukraine. But the problem with that sentiment is it's never going to end. So
No.
it's a
It'll
fucking
end.
shit show.
It'll end.
Ethically, I have to side with Ukraine. They've done nothing wrong. Realistically, it's a fucking nightmare, dude. It's never going to end if that's how you think.
It's
I
just
mean,
a meat grinder. It's just horrible.
You're right. So
it's
you keep
biased to say
feeding.
that no one did anything wrong on either side.
What?
It's
No,
biased
well.
to pick a side and say nothing happened wrong on either side, no matter which side.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back, Ukraine were bombing Ukrainians since 2014, and responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. So,
No. Russia literally invaded Ukraine. How can you say either side did nothing
Yeah,
wrong?
that was in 22. If you go back to like 2014,
Russia was just doing a peacekeeping mission.
We're not talking
For
about
many-
2014. We're talking about what the current conflict. When Putin lined up all this
but that,
shit
that,
on
that
the
is
border
part-
and said, no, this is just training, and then boom, invasion.
it is all connected. I mean, basically, for many years, you had Ukrainian army bombing Ukrainian land, Ukrainian cities, and they even cut the water off in one region, and that's
I
still
remember
going
that.
on
I
now.
remember I remember vacationing Russian soldiers kept getting killed in Ukrainian cities.
Well, I mean,
there
I
was
still
lots of
don't
stuff.
understand how this is some justification for them to be invaded by
No,
Russia.
it's not a justification, but what you said there was that Ukraine didn't provoke them on it, and they didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, well, they were actually bombing their own people, technically their own people, for many years before this, like
Well,
8 years before.
that's what he said. That's not provoking Russia.
That's Crimea.
Well, they were ethnic
Well,
Russian.
yeah, because it is, because that's right. Because when you go back again, if you look back, Ukraine was invented in 1991, and for hundreds of years, Ukraine was called Little Russia. In fact, like you said,
I don't really care.
the vast-
It doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean anything
well,
to anybody
well,
else except Russia. So,
yeah,
So-
but like
To that point,
what,
so NATO, Ukraine was meant to be a buffer zone, correct?
yeah,
And NATO has had influenced, or the United States, or whoever you want to say, influenced Ukraine to basically not be so much of a buffer zone and push the NATO front right up to the border of Russia, correct?
that's
yeah,
true.
that's what
That
that's
was
what
a
took it to
politically-
the edge.
Politically,
Yeah.
that is something. I'm
Yeah.
not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that is provocation.
That's provoking. Yeah,
I agree. It is provocation.
and
There's
all
no
these
doubt,
things
there's no
happen.
doubt that, I don't agree that it's as simple as Russia unprovoked attacking. I'm just talking about
Yeah.
where we are now. And, I don't think that everything that has happened in the past requires that Russia double down and make good all their losses by continuing on. I think that is the sunk cost fallacy, basically all over again. And that's what Russia's doing now.
Well, yeah, I mean, sadly, I said this a while back. I thought there was going to be a peace deal, and they're going to lose at least 25% of their land, mostly up to a third, and it's not going to be a clean break even then.
There has to be
but-
political gain from enough countries for it to end. I think it's going to play and play and play until
Well,
people can agree on what they want to gain out of it, and then it'll be over. I'm not sure if it's going to be a war that just lasts forever. Doesn't
Yeah,
make sense to me.
There is some logic to, as English and Don are pointing out here, that there are regions that seem to align more with Russia. Now, there was some
yeah,
skewed voting involved with some of this, unfortunately, but there are Russian-speaking areas. There are Donbass and Lugansk, I believe.
Crimea.
yeah.
Crimea technically is already lost, though, right?
It's not
Yeah.
recognized by anybody except Russia and its friends. So
Well, it's governed by Russia.
yeah, so is every place that Russia controls, including the Donbass and Luhansk.
So wherever
Steve-
Russia throws its hat is its home.
Right.
Well, when Steve mentions these dodgy elections or referendums, they were in one case because they've done it when they were first at war. So obviously a lot of people left. But they've also done these referendums in relatively peaceful times, and yeah, they actually in line with Russia more than they do with Ukraine.
Yeah,
In a lot of those
what,
areas.
what happens?
But he is right in what he's saying that obviously they also done these elections during conflict. People had already left, and they were obscured then. They weren't correct.
That's always happens in war, especially ethnic war. There's ethnic cleansing in the territories that are disputed, and the winner kicks out the ethnic group. That's the loser. It's in Africa, they just kill them all. So this is what's happened in Ukraine is much better It hasn't been a genocide, at least.
Right.
It-
Dale,
it-
Speaking of,
Maybe-
that's going on over there right now, isn't it?
the difference
100%.
between the two is not easily apparent, though. Last Dance, like it might be in some quote unquote ethnic cleansing, you know.
Is your mic still hooked up, Steve?
Me? I was leaning way back.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
It sounded like he wasn't being picked up
You're
at all. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Now, gotta lean forward. Son of a bitch.
This is
All
a
right.
bit of a side note, but the last penny was officially minted on the 12th of November. So I'm going to try and find one if I can and hold on to it. I'm curious to see how that changes anything. I mean, just because it was the last one minted doesn't mean it's being taken out of circulation. So we'll have pennies for what, 20 years yet?
More.
So yeah,
Probably like 75 years.
right. So
Why would you,
there's-
why would you, once again, but why would you have pennies? I'm not a person till I thought digital currency. So there's no actual real purpose for it. When you say a penny, is that worth like nothing?
It's 1/100th of a dollar.
Yeah,
the copper.
nothing.
I don't even know what it's made out of anymore. So
It's called a
Top-
dime. Is it called a dime?
No,
That's
a dime.
yeah.
A dime is 1/10 of a dollar.
That's a bag of
Okay,
weed.
got you.
So a
That's not a
penny
bad
is
word.
culture.
Dime is 10
It's, it's worth nothing, isn't it? It's worth nothing. Like literally, even in it,
Right, a penny is
a
worth.
1/100th of a dollar is
It's worth
nothing.
your thoughts.
Yep. Well,
I
no.
don't know.
Now it's
I-
going to be a nickel.
Yes, so it has no practical purpose. I can't understand why it will be legal tender.
No, it does actually have a practical purpose.
Yes.
Well, can you
Well, when you
explain
pay
that then?
cash and the change is, $3.87. Now what happens?
You still use pennies.
Um,
So nothing.
Right, but I mean,
So-
theoretically, with the penny not being there, when the penny's not being there, essentially, it seems like it's a start towards a cashless society.
Well, they can still round it up to a 5, right?
Yeah,
And it's
just
like
to me, it's
Yeah,
normal
I was just going to say, if everything ends in 5 or 0, then there wouldn't be a problem with that.
All right, so if a corporation does, 50 million transactions a month, a huge like Walmart, and let's say 5 million of them are cash, and that could actually amount to some money if they have to round up every time.
right, but Steve,
All the
look,
way round,
you're looking at
round down.
you're looking at 3
Whichever way
cents
it falls
of a
closer.
price increase when they're inflating prices on things by 50 cents, 75 cents, $1 every so many
How much does that penny cost? How much does that penny cost to produce?
That's the
About
problem.
two, about
4
2
cents.
pennies. Costs 2 cents to make 1 cent.
I thought it was 4.
Oh, hey,
It
maybe
doesn't make,
fucked up.
like I said, it doesn't seem to have any practical purpose, really.
That's
I
some
mean,
funny
it-
shit. Inflation on producing money went from 2 cents to 4 cents to make a 1 cent. Now that
Yeah,
really
exactly.
is bizarre right there. I mean, Jesus.
I mean, it also slows transactions down. More
Like
coins
cash
means
transfer?
slower cash transactions. So getting rid of the penny is just makes everything more efficient.
That's an interesting
Yeah.
point.
Oh.
I mean, if you're going to give cash.
Another thing you can do, like you said, if there's any issues, you can round down or round up whichever's close. So
isn't this what
doesn't
you would
matter.
call a pence, Welshman?
yeah, £1 we'd call it. Yeah.
1 pence is 1 penny, essentially. 1/100th of a British pound.
Can a pence buy you anything if you had 1 pence?
No, we used to get penny sweets, but they don't exist now. They're like 5p or 10p.
Since
Yeah.
since the 90s?
Penny candy we used to have.
You can get a molecule of sugar now for 1 pence.
Not
Use
not organic sugar though.
No,
Anyone remember that
Sure.
Chinese gum? It was individually wrapped gums, and it was this oddly
Yeah.
orange pink, and it was 1 penny for 1 stick of gum. It
Yummy.
was-
Yeah.
I don't remember that now.
I remember bazooka, but not that.
Yeah, it used
Yep.
to be like 3 cents when I was a kid. Bazooka.
We-
You get cola bottles. They're
5
like
cents.
jellies.
Oh
For
no, I
recycling
thought
them or what?
They're like Haribo bears, but they're shaped into a cola bottle.
No, that's
Coca-Cola.
definitely a
Never
British
seen
thing.
no, but it sounds intriguing because we
They're,
get
yeah,
the
they're not
Haribo
jelly too. What are they
bears.
called? The
Get the
Coca-Cola
Haribo.
gummies? The Coke bottle gummies?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember what they are, but that reminds me of the milk bottles. I don't think you guys have them.
No, we don't have milk bottles either. Is that all Allen's? Is Allen's the candy company over there in the UK, Welshie?
No, there's no one called Allen's, but we have milk bottles over there, like jelly milk bottles.
Yeah.
Huh.
They're a weird one. I like them.
Yeah.
They're like the strawberries and cream. That's my favorite.
Yeah, we have trolleys over here.
Ew, that's just not the same.
Well,
Don't
whatever.
even-
Psh.
Yeah, and interestingly, this past year or so, gummies have superseded chocolate as the most popular candy in
Silly.
the United States.
Because of
Is that
marijuana?
right?
No, because of the sour thing. People are into
Oh,
the
okay.
sour shit like crazy, dude.
Really?
Right.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
Well, let
It's
them know.
bizarre to me,
That,
but
it's the chocolate is because of the tariffs was a lot more expensive this Halloween. It was noticeable when you would go to buy a bulk of candy. If it was non-chocolate, it would be not nearly as expensive.
Did you hear that the tariffs have been? Trump has rescinded tariffs on beef, coffee, a couple other things.
I heard he was.
Maybe chocolate. I didn't see that.
I think the way I heard it, he was tweaking the tariffs
Right, like a tweak.
Tweaking them? Nice.
like a nipple.
If I save money, I'm happy for the tweak, I guess.
beef is outrageous right now.
Yeah, dude.
Has anyone seen the viral clip that's been going around of Indians, I believe, making butter like biscuits, like for Christmas barrel biscuits?
No, I haven't seen that.
And you can imagine the hygiene. And then then you look on the Costco shelf and it says "Product of India," and it shows like the real life of it. Oh, it's horrendous. I find it now. It's horrendous.
Did you guys cover the big news this week?
What's that?
That was probably the first thing you guys covered.
What was it?
Oh, Ariana Grande getting attacked by that fan. Did you guys talk
No.
about that?
I never heard of it.
Yeah, we didn't cover that. Please give us a minute.
Oh, you didn't. You guys, I thought for sure you guys would have covered that.
No, come
A
on.
fan
Give us the eighth
rushed.
minute.
I guess they call it the yellow carpet. It was over in Asia somewhere, and
It's a brown carpet.
he went to hug her,
It's
and
India.
it was
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
it was
and?
it was horrible. Oh, that's it. It was horrible though. But it seriously was kind of the big news for a couple of days over here, and they were because we have the Today Show on in the morning at my shop.
Sorry to hear that.
Because it's yeah, I know, because we don't have to turn the channel and my wife likes it, so that's just what the deal is. So
Throw your
it's
wife
live.
under the bus. Nice.
So anyway, and they were making such a big deal, and all the guy did was he just like rushed her to get his picture. He like turned around and he got his picture taken with her, and
Like a
one of the
selfie,
people
or-
said, "Yeah, basically."
Uh-huh.
And the Ariana Grande is that Wicked chick. She's in that movie Wicked or whatever.
Yeah,
that's
she's
big
like as thin
craze.
as a pencil. Looks like she's gonna die. in a
Yeah,
minute.
she is, and so is
I'm-
the black gal. I can't remember her name.
Yeah,
but
I just call her
she's
Satan.
super skinny too, and she like got in there and manhandled the dude and got him out of there and everything. But the people were like on the Today Show. They were like, "Has anybody talked to her? Is she doing okay?" And I was
It
like,
could have broken her all of her ribs
are
and
you
her back.
fucking kidding me, man? All the
Listen.
guy did was rushed up there and like turned around to the cameras and was like this, and they
Well,
were like
monster.
concerned about her well-being.
Yeah, but
and I was like,
Eastwind brings up a point. Wasn't there a terrorist attack? I mean, wasn't she?
yeah, okay. That's a little side story. It did happen. What was it over in England somewhere or something?
Yeah, was it the Manchester?
Yeah, it was near our old friend Hayden Hewitt.
Yeah,
It's in
wasn't
his
that?
town.
Wasn't that Ariana Grande?
It was
was
her concert. Yes.
So bottom line is this guy should never have been able to get that close
Thank
to
you,
her,
Bottle
because
Cap.
if he had an edged weapon, he would have.
Right. I'm
Oh,
surprised.
he would have.
didn't-
He would have. Yeah, he would have.
Surprised he didn't get.
But that's like this
Get
guy's
out.
shtick. That's this guy. He's like this Asian, you know,
Yeah, prankster or
you know,
something, isn't
prankster type guy. That's what he does. He rushes,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean,
superstars.
it's
And
going to happen. Billie Eyelash there got jumped on by a fan not long
that was
ago.
much more. That was much more, you know, rough than
he?
this.
Billy
You're a man of
Eyelash.
culture, Steve.
Who's
Yeah,
the
my-
YouTuber
Billie
that-
My
Eyelash.
son. That's
Was
so
a
funny. My
jerk
son
and-
calls. My son calls her Bill Eyelash. That's
Yeah,
so funny.
my nephews were teasing their sister, my niece, and they were like, "What are you going to go to a Billie Eyelash concert?" And I was like, "That's funny, dude. I'm going to stick with that." And I've kept it ever since.
In the back chat, I've got this viral clip, and basically, I haven't found the exact one I've seen before, but these biscuits are being sold in Western stores, and it was definitely America. But yeah, have a look how they make them. There's rats running around. And everything.
Peace,
Take
bro.
it easy, just Steve-O. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Sleep well, dude.
Yeah, it's.
All right, let's show the rat video. Cue the rats.
It's so crazy. They're ingenious, mind you. These people.
Is this real or AI? I just want to know before I start.
No,
watching.
this is real. Because the other clip I've seen, it shows like American people going to the store and seeing the exact same fucking thing, and they're like, "Wow."
What am I supposed to show? This video's
Yeah, but making like buttered biscuits.
okay. You want me to put it on, Smoke Steve?
Get culture.
You can be the decider.
Well, I'll do it.
Twisted his arm.
So when you buy these like Christmas barrel biscuits or like they just be a bit.
Mute it. Can you mute it?
Yeah, bottom right.
I can mute it. The music is part of the charm.
Sure.
Yeah, feel that.
Okay, I'll turn it off.
All right, let's see where the connection is to how we know that this is what ends up on the shelves.
Well, the music is a guy with an Indian accent, but okay.
What happens to the end?
Sherlock
Right.
Holmes in the back.
Did you catch that?
No.
I caught the rat.
No, I've seen the other clips where American guys literally go in there physically and looking at his mate and going,
Huh.
"It's product of India."
Those
I'm
are
not
Danish.
sure I could.
Those are marketed as Danish cookies, right?
Yeah.
Danish
Yeah,
style.
Yep. Style.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
You got to pay attention to that. I used to
Yeah,
like.
it's-
Those cookies are good.
And
know it makes
literally in the other clip I've seen, which is a bit longer, there's rats running across the table, and the guy's just giving the rat a backhand, and
So-
he just scurries off.
One of my
You know-
dad's one of my dad's talking points is that Hershey's chocolate, when he went and visited the shop and everything, there's like rats and stuff here and there, and he found out that each chocolate bar is allowed to have a certain ratio of rat turd to chocolate.
That's true. That's true with all food.
I just want to know how large of a parts per million that rat turd is allowed to be.
And it doesn't bother me at all. And I would eat
Nope.
if those cookies were compatible with me. I wouldn't hesitate to eat them just because I saw a video of a rat walking across them.
Right.
You know,
But rat.
Are
turd
you
does not
crazy?
foster
Of
vegan-
course you won't eat rat-infested cookies. Come on.
what do you mean? What do you think is roaming the fields of the vegetables that I
Yeah.
eat?
Do you ever eat canned tuna? Ooh.
You're right.
Come on.
You know what's
That's-
going on?
Yeah. What are you going to say about that?
You know what they say? Don't drink the water, the fish fucking it. I mean,
Well, you know what else?
it's nature out there. There's no way to avoid it.
The guys at MythBusters tested the tops of cans of soda,
Oh,
and
I'm
of
sure they're
course
filthy.
they found rat urine and stuff up there. and it's not like the cans are ever washed.
Right, right.
So, yeah, I hear you. There's going to be a certain
Cheers,
amount of
everybody.
contamination.
Drink up.
Yeah, yeah. But let's be fair. Let's not defend India here. I mean,
No.
some of the hygiene standards you got
I am going
that.
to defend India.
That's-
The same thing
No,
happens in the U.S.
In-
Same
That's right.
thing happens in
No,
Danish
no.
factories.
Man,
There's
you want to
rats
see
everywhere.
like where
Well,
our
yeah.
cut beef comes from? Good lord! Like you don't want to see what happens in those plants.
Right,
I've
exactly.
seen local
Again,
butchers, but I haven't seen large facilities.
It's within our country, so I have some sort of faith in the testing. But I'm going to tell you one thing that grosses me out about some countries. Okay.
Yes.
Now, it might be controversial to like maybe about 1 billion people, but that billion
True,
people or
true.
so who eat fucking saucy food with their bare hands and shovel it into their mouths. That is some disgusting shit, dude.
Saucy food?
Use a knife, fork, and spoon. I don't care.
Talking about India again.
Oh,
It's-
oh,
It's a lot more than
Are you
India.
saying some cultures? Are you saying some cultures are better than others?
yeah.
No, just use a spoon. It's all saucy. If you're gonna pick up a chicken tender, fine.
Say it.
If you've got
Say
this
it.
slimy fucking
Say it,
saucy
Steve.
thing, and it's all over your shit, and you're like,
Okay.
"Ugh,
You mean
it's
curry,
fucking
bro?
gross, bro. Come
Yeah.
on."
Let me, Steve.
They
Steve,
do
let-
eat
let-
curry
Steve.
with their hands.
Right, this is a question for everyone because this is a question that was posed on a panel recently. So, okay, in Papua New Guinea, there's this tribe called the Cum Warriors. What
Oh,
they're
God.
allowed to do,
The what?
when the children come of age, they've got to
I'm going
do
to
an
have
act.
to, aren't I?
Yeah, and this is a way of becoming an adult, and it's supposed to be perfectly normal.
Phased out halfway through your story there, bro. I was a little worried.
I don't
Yeah.
know,
Do,
it's,
do you think? In all honesty, some cultures are better than others?
Yes.
What kind of warriors are these?
Yeah, that's-
to talk about the Warriors.
just putting cum warriors, Papua New Guinea.
No, I'm good. I'm a hard
Don't
pass
do
on
it.
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I thought you
I'd have to
needed
bring up my Tor browser.
Ixnay on the K.
So we can agree that some cultures are better than others. That's great. I'll say it for you, even if you don't want to say it. I'll say it for you.
There's
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
fine with saying that myself. I think
You
there's of all cultures, there's different things that are interesting. There's foods that are delicious, but there's also everything in cultures, including the American culture, that are absolutely fucking retarded. So, I
So
don't know.
the person who brought that up in a debate and cornered a big liberal is Andrew Wilson. It was a good one.
I
He's a
don't know.
bit brutal, mind you, with his examples, but see.
To be clear, I eat at Indian restaurants every once in a while, and it's been many a year that I've seen someone eat with their hands. So I don't even think it's passed out of favor. As you know,
Do you
As the
use a
people-
knife and fork?
yes, I do. It's just easier.
Use that flatbread, bro.
The flatbread dipping thing? Yeah, that's but the
Naan. Yeah, they use that as like a shovel.
that's sort of passable, but then there's just some of
Sort
it
of.
when they're just going right in for this liquefied hummus.
I mean, if they're singularly going by themselves, the only problem I have is when there's like 10 of them sitting around like some carcass, and they're
Yeah.
all going in.
No, see the carcass I don't mind. The carcass I don't mind. If you're pulling chunks of meat off and noshing on those, that's one thing.
It sounds
But if
like
it's-
like a pack of lions ripping
Yeah, that I
shards
don't
of
mind
meat
as
off
much.
the carcass.
If there's this huge bowl of saucy weirdness and they're dipping the 3 fingers in and scraping it across, and then yeah, that's
Well,
the thing.
have you ever cooked lentils?
Never.
Until they're soft.
No. I'm fucking 49. I've never cooked a lentil in my
Okay.
life, bro.
Oh, you're missing out, dude.
I'm just saying.
What about split
So-
pea soup?
No,
Very,
but
very similar.
Have you-
what's her name? Sammy Katniss claims to make a fabulous split pea soup.
Have any of you guys seen the movie Black Mass with Johnny
No.
Depp as
Black what?
Black
I-
Mass? It's Johnny Depp as Whitey Bulger.
No.
I lived it,
Sounds like
bro.
a porn name.
I think the beginning. I think it's the beginning scene. It's right at the beginning, and they're in a bar, and Johnny Depp's he looks great. I don't know if he looks just like Whitey Bulger or not, but anyway, there's another mob guy, and he's dipping it. He there's a bowl of peanuts,
Peanuts.
on the bar, and he
I
just
love
keeps
peanuts.
licking his fingers and going back into that bowl, and they're all talking, and Whitey Bulger, he just cannot stop focusing on it. And he's like, if you reach back in there one more time, I'm gonna kill you.
I'm going to shoot you.
Yeah. And he
he had
wasn't
that-
kidding.
He had that M16 where somehow he cut the stock off.
I'll be
of it
right
with
back.
The most impractical thing in the history of rifles, but it was badass looking, that's for sure. Dumb, but badass.
It's a pretty good movie, actually.
I got mixed reviews from it, so I didn't want to see it. 'cause
Yeah, I don't know if it's true to the story or not, so that might be the problem. especially
Chances
where
are a little slim with Hollywood.
Did you see Departed, Aphid Lip?
bits and pieces. I think I've seen the whole thing.
Better or worse, or you can't remember?
Oh, that's better movie. Yeah, that's a
Better movie. See, that was passable for me. I don't want to see something that was worse than that, because that one,
Yeah.
the Boston accents in that were atrocious.
Right.
So,
I bet.
yeah,
bet.
I mean, I heard the ones in Black Mass were even worse than Departed. So, Jack Nicholson is a fabulous actor, but his Boston accent is absolutely pathetic.
Not exactly related, but I watched Tommy Boy last night. That was pretty nostalgic.
It's
I was actually
my
cracking up.
favorites.
I see that almost once a year.
It's great acting. Like it's simple acting, but at the same time, it's just like very relatable.
Yeah,
Certain things here and there, like when he gets caught like fapping it to that lady at the pool, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, you think she dates anybody on a sports team? Perhaps someone from the Yankees?"
Yankees. Yeah,
Or when he gets hit in the side of the face with that 2x4, and he's like,
yeah.
it doesn't hurt here or here, or
Not
right
so much.
here."
Not so much here or here. And then she's like, "Oh my God, what's wrong with your face?" But I think that's the scene where he connects with her, and he gets her to serve him chicken wings.
Yeah, the wingies.
Turn the fryer back on.
Me want
That's
wingies.
Tommy Huggy, Tommy Walt Wingy. And that's when David Spade realizes, holy shit, this guy can sell
Right.
stuff.
Right.
It's not that when he first is trying to use it, he's like, he thinks he's got it. Remember in the sale, he's like, the guarantee fairy is going to come
You're
down.
right.
And he's like, he's losing the sale.
He rips up the roll.
I'm curious how much they just like ad lib that, because David Spade and Chris Farley definitely could easily just make shit up on their own together.
Yeah,
So
totally.
I miss the old crew of Adam Sandler, the old SNL crew. Like I'll go back and watch old SNL
star
stuff.
of Chris that Farley is gone, so it's like
Right.
Sandler was serviceable on his own, but that little twerp was not really great without Farley. David
Oh,
Spade.
Spade.
David Spade. Have you noticed his hairline has went down as he's got older? I want to know how he did that.
That's
Oh.
it's the Elon Musk treatment.
Hair plugs, bro. Go to Turkey. It's like 10% of the cost.
You might lose a kidney or a vital organ, but you'll get a very cheap hair transplant.
I mean, all the guys from Barstool Sports did it. And they all fucking have way more hair now.
Oh, really? Even
Not
even
Portnoy.
their I was gonna say even their leader.
No, he wouldn't need to go to Turkey, bro. The dude's got a couple dollars,
Yeah, he does. That I noticed. I paid attention to the views on that video, and it didn't skyrocket, but the comments per views did.
And also that, what's going on right now? Have you noticed the incredible surge of anti-Semitism that's occurring right now?
Well, I mean, I think there's a more of a watchful eye on it. I don't know if it. I guess it's probably surged, and Last Dance would probably be a better gauge than I am on this.
I just was astounded when I saw recently a picture from, the time in Germany when things were happening in the 1940s that were absolutely horrific.
Right.
And like thousands of comments were like basically people who didn't disagree with what was happening.
Oh,
And,
really?
yeah.
Is that because it's trendy? It's trendy to be an absolute asshole. Like, what is that?
Yeah, there can't be any. I mean, come on, like, why would you not like a Jew?
I think it's a tie that they're making to what their perception of a genocide occurring in Palestine, and they're then applying that perception of it that's being in their mind undertaken by the Israelis, and they're applying that logic to Jews worldwide. Which is
so. Are you alluding to a rise in the left, like anti-Semitism?
Yes.
Oh, really? Wow. No, I
Yes.
didn't know that.
Huge, like unbelievable high level of it, and it's because of.
I would guess it's short-lived. It's more of a fad thing than an ideology.
Well, yeah, it's the Semitic tie to Israel. Of course, it's an inherent tie that you cannot ignore.
Yeah.
But what do they say? All Jews are not Israelis, and all Jews are not Zionists. So there is supposedly a detachment there, but I think most Jews are at heart Israelis.
Yeah.
I don't understand the timeline though for liberals to be onboarding Nazism, because they were requesting by protest free Palestine. We're at a point in time where that's sort of been given, because I don't know if the war's over or not. I haven't paid attention. Haven't seen any headlines.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, Palestine, right? They want an ethno state, correct? A bit like Israel. Well, yeah, they won't accept other people, will they? They won't accept other people's religions. They want an ethno state, which will be similar to the Nazis.
And ethnicity or religio?
Ethno states.
Okay.
Not so, well, in their case, maybe religion, but basically, they want extreme things. They don't accept the LGBT community at all, which once again,
it kind of puts a damper on the old Queers for Palestine, right?
It doesn't slow them down.
Well, yeah, and Palestinians as well. Like I said, they're very, very strong in their religious beliefs.
Right.
They don't accept any outsiders. So in a way, it's there's a lot of bells ringing, isn't there, from both sides, but they just don't realize it.
I think what's important to understand is that the only place that allows debate of morality is a democratic free society. So, all these people that have these, comments and whatever they're saying and blah, 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 their free speech is allowed because of the style of governing that we have in our system. If they actually go and live in the societies that they're fighting for, they're not going to be saying anything. I'm not sure how many people register the fact that they're fighting for something that would absolutely destroy their quality, their way of living.
I think you're using too much reason and logic. I think there, RW.
What I meant to say was 6'7".
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. For everyone else in the chat.
But there's a big thing going on the right wing at the moment where you got Ben Shapiro, and is it something Nevin, Mike Nevin or David Nevin?
Not familiar with the last name.
a prominent Jew, and they've been saying that Tucker shouldn't have interviewed Nick Fuentes, and they shouldn't have given him airtime, and they're all saying anti-Semitism and all that. So,
but in America, we're allowed to do that, right? So who cares, right?
well, this thing is causing a lot of problems because you've got Ben Shapiro, who's basically, he wants the best for Israel. And he's admitted that as much himself. So he lies with Israel before America, and he said that himself.
I mean, let me ask you this, Welshman. Are you ready for the era of the internet influencer to move on and we get to the next chapter? I'm kind of sick of all the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Shapiro. Like, I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't care. So for people to get to war against each other for the dumb shit that comes out of their mouths.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I can't believe that Candace Owens has the most watched podcast in the world.
Are you fucking kidding me? You can't be serious.
Dude, my mom watches her.
Google it now. Google it now.
Dude.
Google it. Google it. I couldn't believe it. I haven't Googled it.
That is so pathetic. I cannot believe that's true.
I can't believe it either.
And what is her main talking points? It's division. It's
Macron's a dude. Macron's wife's a dude.
That's not even her talking points now. Right now, she's going after Israel.
Yeah,
so she's at war against Israel. She's riding the piggybacks of the Turning Point USA.
That's all she's ever done. That's all she's never had an original thought in her brain.
Now
she only goes after what she probably has a. And this is a problem I have with Weezer. Not to change the subject, I won't. But Weezer uses like a computer to figure out what the more popular sound is going to be, and they model their new album after what comes out of the computer. And that's what she's always done. You know, she was the biggest liberal there ever was, and then she wasn't doing very good at it. So she was like, well, I'm gonna change overnight. And I'm gonna be that black person that people can share on Facebook and say, see, here's a black person that's saying what we're saying. Why is it not racist when she says it? So I'm gonna share what she has to say, and she capitalized on it.
She set up a doxing website.
Yes, she did. Trust me, I know all about it, and most people don't know about that. Based
is that the same one you were talking about a couple months ago?
Yes, it's.
Let me throw in real quick.
It makes me sick because I see a person like her.
She was a liberal.
Yes, she was, and I see people like her that just people believe everything she has to say when all she's doing is just like the media. She's doing nothing different from the media. They're giving whatever they're going to give you to make you watch more so they can sell more advertising. That's what Candace Owens is doing. She's going to give you whatever works the most. She's not making a thought of oh, I'm going to tell you this because this is how I feel. She's telling you, no, I'm going to tell you this because you're going to give me more clicks, you're going to give me more likes, and I'm going to be more popular and make more money off of you. That's what I'm doing. And I can't stand people like that.
But almost all of society is using that model, whether it's politics or religion or marketing.
Right. So you got to be smarter than that.
Right. Unfortunately, 4 out of 5 comments for a lot of stuff that you see that people say online are like agreeing or shocked by the person. And only every once in a while do you run across somebody who's like, all right, cool. Let's cite some proof here. Let's get some sources. Let's go, and those are just very comments amongst the people who are just idiotically followers who are like, lapping it up. Give me more.
Yeah, they want
right?
What they're
like me with Smirkanish, right?
It doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if what they're getting is true or not. If they go somewhere else and they're getting something that's more true, but it's not what they want to be hearing, they're going to tune back over to what they're getting that's not true, but it's what they want to be hearing. And that's why we get this division going on, is because once we can't get together. It's not cool to get together with the other side and compromise anymore. That's gone.
That's why we come here.
The search for truth.
Well, that's why I
doesn't
come
exist.
here. I'd much rather talk with a bunch of dudes that have totally different ideas than I do, so I can learn and think about what they say afterwards, instead of sitting down with a bunch of guys that think exactly the same way I do.
Echo
And
chamber.
I'm just like, hell yeah, man, let's go. Fuck that.
Right.
Well done.
The pursuit of truth and facts is less and less, and it's more of the pursuit of a truth that you want, facts that you want to have, things that aren't
Right.
necessarily the
Confirmation
reality
bias.
of it,
Yeah.
but they're the format and the formula of things that you want to hear, and that's what she's doing. And I know you hate it. I don't knock her for it, because she's trying to make it. Yeah, I think it's
Well, I mean, I can't blame her for it. She's succeeding with. I just wish. I don't want to say that the majority of people are stupid, but
Why would authenticity not pay? Why conform to clickbait?
because it's
Can I do a
it's
fact check? So they're not necessarily she has the most watched podcast in the world, but they're saying here that they're saying that I've seen over 250,000 people on our live streams. Now they're rating it as the top podcast of the world. So maybe not the most watched, but the top. Bit of semantics maybe, but it's blown right up.
hey, Mark Meredith says shout out. I don't know if you know him from your streams, but he likes you.
I
So
can normally tell by.
oh yeah, Mark Meredith, Cardiff in the house. He knows you well. So
There we go.
There's so in relation to what we were talking about, one of the rebrandings of American culture that I disagree that just happened was changing Veterans Day to Victory Day. I don't understand the reason.
I didn't hear that anywhere.
It's still
Yeah.
Veterans Day on my calendar.
Yeah, it was still
Right.
Veterans Day to anybody.
It was
I heard.
federally changed by Donald Trump to Victory Day. My
Not true.
question is, what is
Not
negative
true.
about veteran?
that's not true.
Okay.
Let's find out who's
Yeah,
correct.
get the fact checkers on. Get the fact checkers. Get Grok on. Oh, maybe
I
not.
don't know if it's true.
You guys can fact check it. I have a Grok link, but go ahead. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Veterans Day has not been changed to Victory Day, although President Trump proposed renaming it. The White House has since backed off this proposal.
Okay, cool.
Good
That
idea
makes
that
me
he
feel better.
backed off. And I have an idea for a new day. I think there should be Active Service Day, a day that we honor those who are actively serving in the military. Any of
Thank you
the
for still being alive and acting in the military.
yeah, like a Veterans Day, the active guys get lumped into it, sure, but I think they should have their own day.
I'm not
It
against
should
it.
be a kick-ass day. And
What would you call it? What would you call it?
August doesn't have a holiday. And
What
I
would you
think
call it?
August
Well,
needs
my birthday.
Oh yeah, our anniversary and wife's
The banks
birthday,
take
too.
the banks take off.
Weren't they going to have George Floyd's Day at one point? Was that called
You know
for
what?
that? The George Floyd Day.
You realize that
Charlie.
every holiday you create is one more day that federal
Billions.
government workers get paid but don't do anything.
Same for,
Well,
same for
well,
us private
Wait,
service
what's
guys.
different? I'm
I
confused.
think that's just a every couple month thing. I think now last
Yeah,
dance.
you
called
know who
Monday.
doesn't get shit from holidays? This guy right below me. If he ain't working, he ain't getting paid. So
That's right. Me too. Me too.
that's
But,
why.
but I heard this
Yes,
last
I agree.
last day off. This last day off thing we just had, the shutdown or whatever. I don't know if people even realize that's only. I think it's like a 2.5 month deal. In 2.5 months we're gonna deal with this all over again.
It's January 31st, I think, is the spending bill
Is it?
shuts down. So what's going to happen?
It's infuriating. This whole back and forth, and It's infuriating.
Are you saying the continuing resolution that was passed is only good for
Yeah.
like a month and a half or 2 months?
Yes.
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 What?
That's exactly what I'm.
Oh my
That's the
God.
way I
What-
understand.
No,
That's
it's
the way I
What are they-
understand.
26.
What are they congratulating themselves for?
I know.
I think it's one of these things, and I hate this term because it's two words that just don't work together. It's stopgap spending bill, and I absolutely hate that expression. But it's short term, do we think the Republicans are going to negotiate?
No.
By next year.
No.
Well, they're supposed to come to the table in December, which
I thought-
is
Oh, that's right. It's just January 26th. So you're right. It is only a couple months. I thought it was a year. Fuck.
no, it's December, and that's like 30 days away. I think it's like
Yeah.
2 weeks before Christmas. They're supposed to really.
The compromise is all about healthcare, correct?
Yes.
No.
So why can't they get together and have the Republicans say, "We'll give you 50% of all the subsidies." So instead of people's health insurance quadrupling, it might double. So someone who's paying $400 might pay $800.
I
Instead
don't know.
of
It kind of seems like they're using tariffs to rework our old standard of like insurances and taxing. So like, you know how we were going to get like $2,000 from the government for these tariffs? We're going to distribute our wealth from our consumption.
that was only one of the meandering
It was
wanderings
a meandering
of our
common
orange.
concept. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try and push for some type of more of a socialist aspect where insurance. The problem is we have insurance companies that are wealthy as hell, right? They are lobbying left, right, and center. They're very powerful. So how do you move away from the insurance system into something that people can afford? I don't understand, because it's not just politicians. I think the backdoor deals is what's happening. How are they gonna tell the insurance companies to go fuck themselves and rebrand and do something different? I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as coming to a solution between the left and the right.
We got a special friend who's joining us. A special friend. Bye.
I don't see anything.
Special.
Oh.
He
Oh.
gone. He
Oh,
gone.
well. Have a good day, Air Hammond.
It's okay.
Long story short, I don't think there's going to be a solution. I think that we're using government shutdowns as an interesting way to kind of do the great reset in America. Stuff happening in the background. I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist, so I'm going to say I don't think it's happening.
Conspiracy realist. Excuse me.
Oh, conspiracy
Straight up
realist.
conspiracy
Well
realist.
said. Well said, darling. There in the background. That's a nice term.
If they
Conspiracy realist.
if they shut down and they figure out some way to, make a 10-year, spending bill or something, then I'm all for a shutdown.
Wow.
Besides that, nope.
They're not gonna. They cannot shut down again. It's way too detrimental to the normalcy of our country and government.
I don't think either side sees it that way, and I don't even know if either side is
Well,
wrong.
the Dems screwed up big time because it just sounds like they just closed the government down for the New York elections. And
I
they
don't
just-
know if this last shutdown. I don't know if either side lost any votes for them.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, Chuck Schumer is taking so much stick from the lefties on his side that that even the MSNBC presenters are insinuating he's not fit for office anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
he's the next one down.
let me ask you this. Like, for example, Last Dance. Back in the day, a federal job was considered a steady job, a good job, good benefits, consistent. I feel like that is losing its appeal. And secondly, there actually appeared to be some vitriol, some anger towards the federal employees by like the president and his guys, with the attempting to almost say they weren't going to get paid for back pay, or it was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what is this vitriol towards government employees. I don't understand it. They're his government. They're all working towards the same goal, right? I mean,
Well, if they're part of Washington,
very strange. Did you feel
Well-
that way at all, Last Dance?
Yeah, there was always. I mean, federal. It was a cushy job. It still is. It pays well. You don't have any competition, so it's like, yeah, it's the things that people don't like are more or less, reasonable.
Yeah, but to have the president who's in the government himself espousing those
Nobody
ideas.
cares because nobody
nice.
says all
Nice.
kinds of shit. None of it's, there's actually a law that says that government employees get paid for shutdowns. It's not like Trump, he could say whatever he wants. He says shit every day that nobody, nobody thinks is going to happen.
You know who passed that law? Trump during his first presidency.
Okay.
About them getting paid. So yeah, I mean, I understand that. It was just a strange way of him to go about it. And I just think the use of people and their livelihoods and not giving a shit about them.
How boring. Sorry.
Who? This guy?
Yeah.
It's just an alt.
Yeah, you can get rid of him. I don't care. Go ahead. Can you?
Let's see.
Yeah, say
See how that works. No, that's just the message.
By our powers combined,
well.
I am banning this dumbass.
Yeah, if you just say, hey, look, if you say it one more time, you're done.
Okay.
Oh, if he can't do the full ban, I can.
No, I can just.
He only gets 3
Yeah, I
bans
can-
once he's on the subscription program.
Yeah, he can. Last Dance can ban because I can ban. So
But
I know
not.
Last-
I can't ban as good as Smoke Steve. Like they had just a total ban them and get rid of all their messages and.
That's too much power.
Executive ban.
Well, if you hide user on this channel or put user in timeout, I think it asks you how long.
It might be, but this guy, if you want, or woman, if he wants to actually come and like have a.
It's just going to be gay porn, dude. There's no.
No, I'm not saying on here, but he can contribute to the conversation in the chat. I mean, I don't really understand the glorification. What do we have? 15 whole viewers. It's
He's already moved on to the next live show, doing the same thing there.
or he's just going to move to the next name.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
Yeah.
oh, I wouldn't ban you, Don. You psychopath. You're our favorite person.
Yeah.
We like you.
Dawn, there didn't used to be as many shutdowns. They weren't as common. They happened, every so often,
Like impeachments.
but not every year.
Yeah, right.
Like impeachment, right?
Yeah, political
But
polarity.
but no, we every shutdown for the last 40 years, we've been paid for the time we sat at home enjoying our free time.
Yeah. Well,
I'm out of here, chaps. Nice one.
All right,
all right,
Thanks
buddy.
for
Take
being
care.
here.
See you,
Well,
Base.
have a good week, buddy.
If I come back, it's not me.
All
okay.
right.
Understood.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you if you're upset that your government stopped sharing intelligence information with the U.S. because we're bombing boats in Venezuela.
He's retarded. I thought about it. I was trying to get the fine details of it. Are they just restricting information, or are they restricting all information?
It
says-
seems like it's a blackout. But my what's odd to me is why would they not want to help pinpoint activities?
Who
Because-
says that's true?
Who says it's true? Just Rock. That's my only story.
I mean, the thing is, the difference is Trump blows these people up and then shows the footage of it. Now, if Trump didn't show the footage of it, the British would be fine because they know it's happening. And whether Trump's in power, whether someone else is in power, that sort of shit happens all the time.
Oh, you're talking
So-
about bombing the boats?
The drug
Yeah.
runners.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
yeah.
I think it's ridiculous for the British of like holding some sort of intelligence. It's ridiculous. It's just so,
Well,
I
it's so
doubt it.
stupid.
I wouldn't I don't know this for a fact, but I would imagine that the U.S. is the one that has all the intelligence in the first place on Venezuela drug runners. So
Yeah,
it's,
that's what I thought. Hopefully, it's just locally to that subject,
Yeah.
but it's just like, what are you doing? Just fucking wind your neck in.
Yeah,
You
it's-
lick his ass every time you meet him. Keir Starmer's like a child, isn't he? When he's around Trump.
Is that a British cultural thing?
I don't know.
Oh,
but
no.
I don't like this Keir Starmer. He's bad for your country.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hold you up, Welshman. If you
Yeah,
want to
sorry,
split,
Welshie.
you hit the X and
No.
split.
Yeah, I won't be coming back. Nice one, lads.
See ya.
I'm
All
leaving.
right.
I'm leaving
Yeah.
too. I'm going to watch some Breaking Bad.
All right.
See you guys.
All
Always
all right,
good to see you
Aphid
guys.
Lip, take it easy, buddy. Man, he left in a hurry.
Yeah,
Jeez,
well,
Aphid,
I'm
Breaking
feeling-
Bad is a thing.
I'm feeling strong.
give us a chance to say goodbye, Aphid Lip.
I know. It's like, I'm out of here.
Welshman stayed around for like 5 minutes. Even talked about a whole new subject. But
My
hey,
bad.
you know
I
what?
kind of strung him on that.
It's 10:59. I bet you Aphid told his special person, "I'll be with you right at this time," which is
Yep.
probably 10 o'clock there. I think he's an hour back.
He's an hour earlier than he's
Yeah,
Central
so he-
Time. Yeah.
Costco
probably-
is closing in 15 minutes.
He's probably got a date with his little dog, so I understand. And
Yeah.
I just recently watched a little bit of Breaking Bad. God damn, that show was good. Man,
It is great.
the whole "Say My Name" thing. Oh man,
I backed out once the guy did the box cutter to the throat. I was like, I don't want to see this shit. The storyline was very intriguing to me, but once he took out his own guy with the box cutter, spoiler alert, I was just like, no, I'm good.
I don't remember.
I liked it, and I didn't find it that gory, but this whole thing started with the anti-hero of Tony Soprano. And that's when I feel like American TV watchers really started to love the anti-hero, the bad guy. And then along comes this Heisenberg, high school chemistry teacher, who turns his, art of being an educator into making the best meth the world has ever seen.
Yeah.
It was just so deviant and wonderful because it's fiction. So who gives a fuck,
Well, they were canceling stuff for stupid reasons. I'm surprised a show about glorifying meth wasn't canceled. You know what I mean?
know, but it was. I do know what you mean. It was so
Yeah.
well done.
I wouldn't say it glorifies it, but you know,
I think it justifies it. That's what it's.
it kind of
It's a
Yeah, fair.
fiction. Fiction is fiction.
yeah, it's just a story. A guy who's
Because you're like,
dying and wants to make money quickly. It's interesting to see how he justifies it to himself.
sympathize.
Right.
Yeah, you and Sarita are literally saying the same things at the same time. So you see eye to eye on that.
Okay.
I mean, the guy went into a drug dealer's office with fulminate of mercury that he made in a chemistry set and fucking
That was
Blew out the strop.
an
Yeah.
awesome scene.
it was incredible.
Tuco.
I didn't really know what I was watching. I was like, what the fuck? Is that even possible or real? But yeah, they explained it to you in the show, It was very cool.
I knew what he was going to do.
You knew you had foreshadow of explosions.
Yeah, I could see what he was planning.
I didn't see that one coming.
I mean, that stuff is so unstable. It's like if you bumped a curb when you're driving in your car to bring the fulminated mercury to the place where you're going to use it, you could blow yourself up. It's so
Yeah.
I mean, the erraticness of the subatomic particles, I'm not even sure, but they're just like ready to explode at any second. You yell at them, they're going to explode.
It's
Practically,
very unstable.
very.
Have
unstable.
you guys watched the movie or TV show Limitless
No.
with the drug that gives them the ability to use more percentage of their mind? I highly recommend it. The TV show was canceled because it glorified drug use, which was like, okay.
But this is different. These are like smart drugs is the idea, right?
Yeah, you take a pill it has its side effects, you know, and everything as a drug.
Right.
But
Supposedly
the storyline
this is-
behind it and what these people can do on it, and like, you know, they get one of the scenes that the FBI gives them all these bags of shredded paper, like that they put through a shredder, and within you know 2 hours he takes all the pieces and puts them in back into the way they're meant to be, and it's just like, yeah, it's not really possible, but that'd be cool.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
supposedly Elon Musk is a uses all these different drugs to sees how they impact his cognitive abilities.
When he communicates, when he did a Joe Rogan interview recently, I thought that was a very interesting interview because you can tell he understands what he's working with to a certain degree. But he has a way of speaking that's definitely impedimented somehow. So
Yeah, he might be slightly on the spectrum.
right,
It's entirely possible. But I mean, he also has a innate ability to listen to people and take their ideas and run with them. Like, I can't remember if it was just some low-level engineer or something pointed out something about one of the rockets, and
He's like, yeah, what?
Elon was like, huh, okay, that's interesting. And then he did a bunch of, calculations, work, got other engineers. Well, it turned out what this person had advised him just from observation was 100% right. But there's video of Elon talking to this guy. I think it's at a launch site. And you can see Elon, when the guy says it, Elon's brain is just going. And he's like, probably in a way, he's like, why didn't I think of that? But the second he heard of it, he immediately knew the brilliance of it, So I think that's part of what he does is surrounding himself with people who are smart in the ways that he wants them to be smart, to get done what he wants to get done, which is probably an important part of that whole, when they say it's not rocket science, it is.
it's not rocket appliances.
It's literally rocket science, and he's got to find the right, astrophysicist, rocket scientist to work with. He's good at that.
I've only got to work in 1 or 2 companies, maybe 3 at the most, where you were allowed to be innovative like that. You were allowed to come up with ideas. The person that was in charge of the project, of the program, like onboarded that idea and then went with it. Most of the time, there's this pecking order seniority pushback where it's like, you're the new guy. You've only been here for so long. How could you possibly have anything relevant to say? Get back to your task that I've given you that's absolutely stupid and not streamlined whatsoever, and keep your mouth shut. It's like, I won't be here long.
Huh.
All right. That's seems like an arcane way to run a company.
It seems pretty
Just-
popular.
Yeah, maybe it is. All right. I asked English and other people, what is John Cleese doing right now that they said he's catching flack for? I can't remember, but interesting. John Cleese. Stephen Miller. Did Miller really remark on suspending habeas corpus? And in what setting would he do that?
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he remarked on that.
Can we take that down for the RW in the rooms? Who's Stephen Miller exactly, and what again is habeas corpus?
He's a Trump advisor. I'm not sure exactly what his title is.
Habeas corpus stops you from, at its most base level, unlawful detention.
Amongst citizens, or across the board?
Across the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unlawful detention. When the police detain you, I think they have approximately 15 minutes or so to detain you. Suspending habeas corpus would mean that you could detain people indefinitely.
So it's just funny because John Cleese is famous for one of
Thank
his
you.
Monty Python acts where he's the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
To put it into perspective, RW, the place in Cuba where they have like some terrorists and stuff.
Yeah,
Gitmo.
my friend McGrandy knows all about that place.
Gitmo. There's a reason why they're there, and because they don't have to recognize habeas corpus having them there because
It's a
they
bit of
can
a loophole, isn't it?
Sure is. They can detain them indefinitely. Some of them.
We can't detain you indefinitely, but we can fly you to a place that we control that we can detain you indefinitely. Like, well, what the hell's the difference?
Well, I mean, the whole thing is it's ambiguous in the sense that when someone is charged with a crime, they can be held for years and years without trial. That's a whole different thing. But when you have them outside of the country being detained, you don't have to sweat any of that stuff.
Yeah, they're basically political trading tokens. Israel and Palestine just did a trade of hostages for hostages, basically. But wasn't the number staggeringly different?
Yes.
Doesn't that seem odd?
Well, there's a lot more Palestinians.
Yeah, Israel has more Palestinian prisoners, so
So it's just whatever we got for whatever you got.
pretty much.
Interesting.
Well, the
Hopefully that works
Palestinians
out well for 'em.
the Palestinians would do kidnapping things here and there and randomly get somebody or this and that. Like it was, but the Israelis would catch the Palestinians for all this shit like way more often than the Palestinians would catch Israelis. So there was
Right,
like,
but are they just grabbing random people or detaining criminal action?
no, detaining criminal action. The Palestinians have bloodlust to kill Israelis. Lots and lots of them. So
But at the
there's-
same time, would they separate out petty criminals from like people that committed murder or whatever? Would those all be considered prisoners of war and they just released a lot of them? Or is it like here you
Israel?
can have your petty criminals?
You talking about Israel or
Yeah,
Hamas?
Israel. So Israel
There
gets all the
are-
Palestinians, right? Some of them are
there-
for petty crimes, others are for murder, whatever.
Well, there's no petty crimes because they don't govern in the Palestinian territories in that way. So they're either
Sorry, the-
they're either arrested for terrorism or just accused of being members of Hamas,
would there be different levels?
or they're rounded up. But I don't think they all go before judges, for example.
Okay.
there's infinitely more Palestinians who want to do harm to the Israelis than Israelis who want to physically go to Palestine and hurt Palestinians. It's not the same wiring, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I think most of these prisoners were taken during the siege of Gaza. The Israelis took them from Gaza as they proceeded through.
If that's the case, it makes sense to hand them off because then you're not paying for their existence.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with those people being returned. My problem is that it also includes people who were convicted of murdering civilians.
Wouldn't you
Yeah.
think that those would be classed differently and be held for
Well,
not as a hostage, but as a
I don't
whatever.
think Hamas would class them differently. To them, all killing is just resistance. If you take an Israeli child and cut her throat, that's resistance. There's no difference between that and killing a soldier in the battle in Hamas's mind. So they want them all released. That's their offer.
right. When I get a chance
there-
this week, I'll look into see where that's at.
There were some that did commit such heinous atrocities that they were not released.
There were probably some that.
Oh, I know there were. I
Okay.
know there were. That
And kept alive or just removed?
they're
from
kept
the
alive. They're not going to give them back to Palestine because what they perpetrated was just too much.
So their prison system is not capital.
I don't believe they have capital.
No, they don't have capital punishment. The last person they executed was, I'm pretty sure, was Adolf Eichmann in 1961.
What was his action?
He was a Nazi involved in designing the Holocaust gas chambers and the systematic killing of Jews in World War II by the Nazis.
They make a special exception for him because he was a special exception.
They made a special exception for him, yes.
So, what does a nation have to do to allow for capital punishment if it's not a part of their governing doctrine?
Well, it's all made up. These are made up rules. So what they do is the parliament passes a law that says for this one prisoner, capital punishment is an
If
acceptable.
your name is,
Well, last dance. What country was he caught in?
Argentina, I believe.
Booyah. Yeah. And there were other people who were there that were
Mengele.
never caught. Joseph Mengele was there and never caught.
Mengele was there. Yes,
The angel of death.
yes. There was a kind of a pipeline for escaping Nazis.
and
Uh,
who was the pipeline through?
Who was it? Two?
Who
Through, I don't know, but probably the country of Argentina itself had a vibrant tourism. And to this day, there are towns in Argentina, you wouldn't believe it, in the mountains that look exactly like fucking Germany, dude. It's crazy. They have the same exact architecture. Everything's the same. So there was this tourism occurred. It wasn't as though they were. It's really unbelievable. It's uncanny how the architecture looks so German down there. And at the time, there was intercountry travel. It was a place for Germans to go on vacation.
My understanding is that the Catholic Church is actually involved in
Probably not the
Getting
church
certain
as a
individuals.
whole, but probably
I don't know anything
some
about
churches there. You know,
that.
they're
I mean,
well networked.
it's not like the Nazis were particularly accommodating to Catholic priests.
But I don't think the Catholic Church condemned them during World War II.
I don't know exactly. I mean, I think they did eventually condemn before the end of the war, before they surrendered.
Okay.
Yeah, there was,
know-
the
I know
Catholic Church. Sorry, go on, Smoke Steve.
I was just going to say, I know they're actively excavating various areas in Argentina that they think were places where Third Reich members took shelter in. Some
Yeah,
bizarre
would-
buildings, bizarre things that were built at the time in random places. And it's very interesting, man.
yeah. I think there was a time when fascism wasn't a dirty word. It was just an alternative political system,
Mhm.
and there were fascists in every country, including the UK and including Argentina.
Yeah, I mean, most of Europe, to my understanding,
Right.
was fascism.
And just because the fascist side lost in World War II doesn't mean the next day everybody who was a fascist wasn't.
Right.
So there were sympathies and people who were sympathetic all over the globe that helped help people get away if they wanted to.
And that's the political leaning. The religious leaning also has faiths that are fascist, so they still can hold on to their fascist ideologies through religion, even if their nation is no longer a thing.
Even in this country, in our country, there was an organization. There might still be. It was called the Bund, the German American Bund, and initially they were. Before the U.S. was in the war, they were tended to be pro-Nazi, and
Were they the ones that had the huge rally at Madison Square Garden? I think it was in the 30s.
it might have been, yeah. It certainly, yeah.
As a
But-
political party,
not as a party, but just as a club or an organization, as a German, club.
Okay.
And, I imagine there were anti-Nazis who were probably purged from the German American Bund. But as things, they changed their tune as footage and as people began to understand what the Nazis were about. And so, yeah, people change, people have opinions based on their knowledge at a given time. And then they get facts and they change their mind. I mean, that's just how it is. So,
on a bit of a shift, I watched that bridge go down in China, and then you shared with me that was only like 2 months old or something.
yeah.
That's a massive economic hurt right there. I'm
Well,
not sure exactly how much it cost them, but
What's funny is the one guy, someone posted, they just built this bridge. It's fantastic. The one guy says, I would not drive over a bridge made in China. So that
Right.
specific one. And then the bridge comes crashing down 2 months later. He of course
Yeah.
sent this little note out with his original thing he said.
Cue back to what, 1960, when we had, what was it called? The Tacoma Narrows Bridge? Did you ever see
Tacoma
that?
Narrows Bridge, yes.
the one that
That
was like
is- yeah.
Yes.
the floppy bridge.
Yeah, they made it floppy because to account for 20 plus mile an hour winds. And all of a
Right.
sudden, some big winds hit it. Old floppy flopped around a little bit too much. And their
Well,
idea of compensating with minor movement was really a disaster of engineering there.
It's and used as an example, even I got to see it in an engineering class of resonant frequency.
Marching.
It's if the frequency is just right, the waves reinforce and get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Sure.
So it just so happened that with a certain speed of wind, the bridge swaying would the ripples would get bigger and bigger and bigger until it eventually just came apart.
How long did that bridge last before it was destroyed?
Months.
Was it
I
months?
think it's
Okay.
right on line with the China Bridge. Same.
Yeah, okay. So we can't really
Terrible.
point and go, haha. And for the
No,
Chinese
no.
bridge, my understanding is that if it wasn't for the natural disaster of a massive landslide, there wouldn't have been a problem. Or
I've seen people say that, but in my opinion, when you build a bridge along a mountain, that you got to take into consideration things like landslides, things like earthquakes. You talk about bridge. See, the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, that bridge was closed before it collapsed.
But there is a car on it in that famous video.
Yeah, I think it was just the person in the car got out a long time ago. He just got out there and things started going wrong, and he got out of his car, left his car there, and a day
I'm
later,
gonna run away from this situation. Yeah.
A better comparison is the Oakland Bay Bridge that collapsed during the earthquake of 1989 in San Francisco. That was a double-decker bridge where the top deck of a large section collapsed onto the bottom deck.
Pancake.
That was a
Killed.
heavy duty earthquake, though.
It was, but it's San Francisco. You got to plan earthquakes in your design of buildings and highways. So
How much lost life for that one? I'm guessing quite a bit.
it was 50 maybe people.
Right.
Horrible deaths, so
Instantaneous.
they were literally flattened, thinner than a pancake.
That sucks. That's gross.
I mean, if we're going to go over disasters, there was a shopping mall that built this this high thing that you walked across, like high walkways that were all bolted together with apparently the wrong length bolts. I want to say it was maybe in your neck of the woods, Last Dance, in the 70s or 80s, and the things gave way and all these people died in this like collapsing of like walkways that were suspended, sort of.
It sounds familiar, but I can't remember it.
Yeah, well, that was these things are all too common. Like, we put our faith in these engineers. Now they're telling us the Cape Cod Canal bridges are fucked and we got to rebuild those. But they seem okay. I don't know. Are you guys familiar with those? It's
No.
kind
I've been
of
over it. Yeah.
You've been over them. They're pretty wild, right? They're huge. They're high. Big ships can go underneath them.
Yeah.
They're not drawbridges. They're just suspension bridges that have a high arc.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a pretty. The Cape Cod Canal gets stunningly hard, strong currents going back and forth. And it's really something to behold.
Exactly.
Do you
So
think
at
they're
the-
ever going to finish the second underwater tunnel in Baltimore?
Second?
Yeah, the right alongside the first one there. They have started it. Never.
Oh, it's been done for 2 decades now.
When are they going to open it?
It's open. That's the harbor tunnel. I mean, it's the Fort McHenry tunnel. That's the second tunnel.
But there's one right alongside Norfolk. So the tunnel that goes between Norfolk and
The Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel.
yeah.
I've seen those. Yeah, I went through those.
You've been through it. I haven't been through it. So
They're awesome.
It's a tight fit.
I
I don't
loved
know
it.
if they're. I don't think they're ever going to do another span.
There's if you look, they have started building the tunneling work. They've paid for it in full in the past, and now they're just like
Really?
sitting on it. Yeah, I'm surprised you don't. I'm not aware of that one.
It was quite a drive.
Yeah,
I kind of wanted to stop and cast out for some, redfish and
You are in the middle of the bay when you're, when you're on the
speckled
up.
trout. But
there's a restaurant like halfway that's never open.
yeah, it's a weird thing. There's you feel like if you pull over, you're going to get arrested, but then
Probably
but then you see random people pulled over, and you're like, wait, that guy stopped.
they're on drugs.
Oh, all right. So
I don't know. I'm just joking.
it looks just like a place you'd want to hang out, chill, but there's no chill. You got to get out of there. You got to drive through real fast. It's like no chill zone,
It's not a chill zone, and when you're pulling a trailer, or when you have an RV and a tractor trailer passes you on the left hand side, and they're 6 inches from the ceiling of the roof, like
Right.
just sucking through like a vacuum, like
Yeah,
you're definitely clinching. You can crack a walnut.
You're on razor thin margins there from hitting one side or the other.
Yeah. So, and if they don't have the exhaust system on correctly, it reeks of exhaust, and as you go through it, it's an interesting experience. And you can have GPS and phone signal until about 2 seconds before you get through to the other side. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Look at there are 4 lights. Little mini brag. I've never. That sounds-
16-mile bridge. Wow.
Yeah, there's that one that's in the
That's
Keys.
scary.
It's like, I don't know, a couple miles long. I want to say 7, but 16 is crazy.
I'd like to know how much they
I
charge for
definitely
that.
have a fear. It's a phobia of bridges and tunnels. And I go through them when I drive, but I definitely feel the anxiety. And
Good.
bridges, I'm afraid that, we're going to go off the side into the water. And tunnels, I'm afraid they're going to cave in and
I have the second fear.
crush me. It's funny. Now,
My dad had a guy I worked with that would pull over and he would switch seats with someone else, and they had to drive him across the bridge.
they offer that service for the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and possibly for this tunnel you've been on, Smoke Steve. But the Bay Bridge is only like 4 miles. So
I've been over that too. That thing's
Yeah.
awesome.
Is that the one in Salisbury area? The one you're talking about?
That's the one that goes to Kent Island from Annapolis, basically Annapolis.
Okay.
I love those things, man. I mean, what do you fear? Death? I don't see you as being a guy who walks around fearing death. So what?
No,
do you
I don't. It doesn't stop me. It doesn't. I'm not paralyzed by that fear, but I feel it.
Okay.
I used to be afraid of going over any bridge, even one over a river that's 20 feet wide.
Right.
But now it's just big. Like another one that scares the crap out of me is the Delaware Memorial Bridge. And
Why
it
is
just
that?
goes over the Delaware River because it's a big, big bridge, and you know you see the Delaware River, which is enormous. I don't know. You just go way up, and it's just something about it triggers my fear, and so I'm basically holding on,
There's
clenching.
depending on the
steering
design of the bridge, I agree. There's only one bridge in Australia that freaked me out. I forget where it is. I think it was the Gold Coast area. The way they designed it, you'd go up and you couldn't see the other edge. So until you reach the apex, you don't know what's going on, and then you go down the other side. I
Oh,
like to be
man.
able to see in front of me for a distance.
What if there's no bridge there? You
Yeah,
can't
like,
see
you're
it
just- you're
until
just
you're
faith in
until
it,
you're
yeah.
airborne.
So that one got to me a little bit.
Well, then your life's over, and that's que sera, sera, right?
Well, yeah, but
I mean, you're very
not talking about
optimistic.
it's fear.
Yeah, I really don't have much fear when it comes to that sort of stuff.
No,
Well, that's a
I got a lot of
superpower, dude.
fears. Afraid of heights. I'm afraid of bridges. I'm afraid of tunnels.
Not me, man. I had a lot of rock climbing, rappelling experience in my life, and
Me too.
If you're roped in and stuff, it's very different. Like if you're roped into a decent system, you can have a lot of faith in it. If you're trad climbing,
yeah, no, but
A little bit
I
more
feel
crazy.
like at the beginning of my top roping and rock climbing and all of that, I was more scared, and then through time, and of course, I worked in hydraulic lifts and high ladder work and roof work and all that stuff, and I still do some of that. So that fear just gone, I guess.
but I mean, even to this day, for high ladder work, are you still? Does it feel sketchy while you're up there, or you're just comfortable?
Does not feel sketchy.
Wow, yeah, I'm definitely like clenched up there, paying a lot of attention to every possible minor movement and all that crap.
Well, yeah,
If I was roped in, if I was tied into something, I wouldn't care. But if I'm like 15 feet off the ground with a ladder that might kick out for whatever reason, you know, it's not going to kill me, but it's going to fuck me up.
well, 15 feet, I barely even care about setting the ladder. Like 40 feet is when I'm really thinking about it.
Okay, yeah, you're going to be the guy doing that job, that's for sure.
15 feet, I can drop that thing up there and just bing, bang, you know, Borat style, run up that shit. Bingy, bingy, bingy. You
I'm
know?
sure your safety officer appreciates that.
I'm
I
a
have.
safety officer.
I know you guys have seen this. I kind of want to ask the chat this question. I was challenged in my Discord server by Dank Brandon, and he's like, "Where do you think tariff money comes from?" And I was like, "Other countries," but I was wrong. Tariff money is coming from the consumers. It's basically a rework of how we're taxing people. Instead of just all from our paycheck, now we're being punished for consumption, and all of our consumption is giving tax to the government. You know, that's how that works out. So I looked into that. I looked into that, and through Grok, of course, I asked it to pull all the information it could, do a deep dive, and it basically said, in essence, at this rate, the U.S. has a 6 to 18-month window before recessionary pressures become overwhelming, with full unsustainability by 2028, absent major reversals. I believe that because
What was it again? What's an imminent?
so in 6 to 18 months, that is our window before recessionary pressures become overwhelming. So the cost of living and whatever for the average person is it's overstraining, overwhelming, with full unsustainability by 2028 if there's no major reversals.
I agree. I agree.
I can't disagree with that math based on my finance and the finance of most of the people I know. There are outliers that are wealthy, but even in their scenarios, you're watching them hemorrhage money. Like they're definitely paying a lot more for things. So I'm curious to see where the United States kind of like Last Dance said that he kind of changed the tariffs for certain industries like beef and that. I'm curious at what point they're going to back off completely. Like, I don't think Trump will do that because it would make him look weak and he would have to save face or something. But there has to be an end game or a finish line that they're trying to reach with this tariff business before they can back off. My guess is that they're forcing economy and business to be within the United States to a certain degree before they let up. That's my guess at the strategy. Curious if you guys have any thoughts, or you think he's just being an idiot.
I think he's being an idiot.
I mean, his goal is, as you say, to raise the price of foreign goods so that U.S. businesses will be more competitive. And in the long term, maybe that'll work. I don't think it will.
Is the long term outside of that window?
No. Yes, it is long outside of that window.
So then it's not
so-
practical.
That's not practical because politically you can't win that because the long term is too long. It's longer than say 4 years. So no president could get reelected on it, and the guy that's running against you is going to say, "I'm running. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel the tariffs. That's what I'm going to do," and that guy's going to win.
So the
it's kind of
aspect of making foreign imports more expensive and making people buy American goods is supply and demand issues, because all those American goods are getting used up. Therefore, they're just as expensive.
Well, you need to be smarter about it, and Trump isn't. His tariff formulas are childish. Would you raise a tariff on something? Let's say, I don't know, pick anything, raising it by 50%, if you knew that even 50% higher cost is still not something American businesses can compete with.
Not without starting to outsource their workers to Pakistan over the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, the tariffs that Trump put out are only liked by Trump. It's not a right-wing thing. It's not a conservative thing. It's not a MAGA thing. It seems to be. It's not popular within his cabinet. It's not. Musk hates it. I don't think anybody likes these tariffs.
Right, and
Trump.
it's bleeding U.S. citizen finances.
Well, it is in the short term, and
We
it's
don't
going to
have more than the short term.
it's going to ruin economic numbers for Trump, and I don't know what he's thinking.
They're
People
only
vote on
supposed- Go ahead.
People vote on the economy.
Yeah,
This
he doesn't. He
This
doesn't
could
have
destroy the Republican Party.
even if he was right, even if Trump has a beeline to economic knowledge that nobody else has, even if he's right, there's not enough time for it'll be so unpopular so quickly that he won't have the time to prove his case.
Right.
Exactly.
So there's no way he wins on tariffs.
The only thing, and it would be better and more logical if it was transparent, but if all this money, this trillions of dollars is being raised through tariffs, is spent in a way that, infrastructure, telecommunications, somehow being poured back into the United States structure so that it benefits the taxpayers, I can see that being beneficial, but then relenting and taking the stress off of their paycheck so that they can eat and pay for their house.
By the $2,000 per person.
No, not that.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. Like, if they take all this money and they use it in a way that in the end benefits the taxpayers, but if they're just going to take all this money and then do something bullshit with it, like give it to other countries or whatever, that's not going to do very well.
Well, I would recommend that they use it to pay down the debt. Don't spend it on anything but debt.
Well, how does that even work? Who do they give that money to if they're paying down the debt?
Practically, when bonds become due, they're paid, but they're not. They then don't go out and sell new bonds for equal to the amount that they just paid off. So,
who owns the bonds? Anybody?
Anybody?
Yeah.
A lot of
course.
countries. China owns. I don't even know how much China owns.
Okay. And what happens if a bond comes to term and isn't paid? Is that a scenario?
That's a default.
And is that
That's
a thing?
probably going to happen at some point in the United States future.
Okay. So to date, it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. No.
Okay. Well, I was just curious what you guys had to say on that, because I think that there needs to be something that gives United States citizens something to look forward to fight for. I don't really personally, if you guys can give me an example of what they're offering us as a nation to fight for, that'd be great. At the moment, I see mostly division and fighting for a political agenda, but not really a defined goal.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like in that, if you're not wealthy, it's difficult right now. That's all the way from lower class up to upper middle class. So,
I think-
I mean, I know people who make 200 grand a year between a couple and they can't get a house.
That's crazy.
So that-
I mean,
right.
they must live in a very wealthy.
Yeah, they
wealthy
must
area.
live in some. I mean, cost of living varies greatly within the United States.
Well, the problem is the decent houses are all priced at least here in the 7 to 9.
Right, but if they're-
That's
if
pretty
they're pulling
close to
that
the
much-
$1 million mark. You
Yeah.
know? And after you pipe in, your 6.5 or 7% interest, that house is going at way over $1 million. That's 750. If it's 9, it's 1.5 after interest.
Farms brought up another thing that happened that we haven't touched on, is the 50-year mortgages. I was looking at the math on that, and it's basically, they might as well just say term mortgage. Like you're gonna have a mortgage until you're dead instead of like 50 years.
It's silly.
So you can buy a house with your soul, and then you basically are a serf, because it's just kind of a rebranding of serfdom. It's we're going full circle.
No, I mean, it's just like renting. It's the worst you could say.
But
It's better than
if you're gonna
renting, but
spend-
only. It's better than renting because your money is going towards your own principal, not theirs.
Well, let's just say, well, with a 50-year more, in the beginning, your house, you're paying mostly interest. And that's with a, 15, even a 15-year mortgage. 30-year mortgage is more so. A 50-year mortgage, you're probably going to pay mostly interest for the first 20 years. So it's just going to be like rent at that point.
Right.
But
And
at
they're
some
saying-
point, you are paying some small amount of principal off in the beginning, and that increases. That's the
not so
amortization.
much on a 50. The problem that they're
No,
saying,
I'd have to look at
families
amortization.
move every 5 years. So by the time you reach that return on investment point of 5 years, you're shifting that mortgage off and going for the next one. So you're never actually building
No, nobody's doing that in that scenario. You're going to keep that house, like us 30-year mortgage guys like me, who are just trying to get it to a place where we can own the place and then not have to pay on it.
I agree with that sentimentality, but I think that they're basing it off of the majority of people. The majority of people don't hunker down. So if
I don't
people
know
could,
about
if people could get the mindset of I'm going to live in this house for 50 years,
Well, I mean, if you don't increase like your income significantly, it doesn't make sense to upgrade. So,
but if you're buying a $1 million house for basically $10 million,
I didn't destroy anybody, Mr. Kills C.
I don't know. The numbers are just astronomical. If you look at, like, it sounds great for an individual to actually be able to own a home, but when you look at the numbers and what they have to pay through that 50-year period of time, like, astronomical.
Homes today are bigger than homes were 50 years ago.
That's fair.
There are neighborhoods, that are 50 years old or older, middle-class neighborhoods in my area. And those homes, nobody will build a home that small anymore. So
Because it's
things
not
change.
profitable?
I don't know exactly why. Of
yeah,
course,
it's not
builders want to build bigger homes to get larger margins. I just think, it's because this area, the cost of land is been bid up. It's a wealthier area, so the home is not even the large. Once you've paid for the land, the cost of the home is not that much of a consideration. You might as well build a bigger home, because the land alone is probably going for, $500,000 or $600,000. Now, if you go 150 miles away, that's different. Then
Yeah.
you might be able to get a piece of land and get a small home, build a small home, and have something you can afford.
I think where you're located, the value of your home is going to be very stable.
Right, because
I can't see a housing bubble affect your location because of, all the high-end government jobs and everything in
Right.
good direction.
right, and that also means that the cost of living is higher. The price of everything has been bid up. And with all that cost of living, which you think you might be buying some great quality of life, it's true unless you want to get out on the road and drive somewhere, then you're stuck in traffic.
Depending, yeah. So at a certain point in time, your generation will most likely move out of that size of a home for a smaller, something smaller to take care of. I'm curious if the younger generation will be able to then afford those homes to replace you.
Yeah, Incarnation was kind of riffing on that last week, and he said something I wasn't aware of, but that the people my age are kind of hanging on to housing stock that when I bought it, I was with a wave of people that all had young children that moved into this neighborhood and this
How
house.
long ago did you buy it?
I bought it I moved in 1995, so 30 years ago.
What, at about 350K?
Yeah, it's pretty darn close to it.
And now you're probably worth about 900K.
Yeah, maybe not that much, or maybe that much. I don't know. It's close, but
Don't be surprised.
and I still live here, and there's a school right behind my house, but I don't have any young kids to go there, so it's kind of wasted the way I'm using it. I should, if everything was done, according to some grand scheme, I would move out, and a young family with children that want to send their kids to that school would move in
If they could afford it.
if they could afford it. But
Right.
I kind of like living here, although it's more house than I really want. And
Who cares? Live it up, bro.
no, you
Yeah,
can't
I
live
think-
it up. But
I think
I live in 2 rooms basically, and that makes me happy. I don't need more.
I don't think
Yeah, well, that's
morality is
okay. I
attached
mean,
to it.
it's your castle.
Right.
Enjoy it, You bought it. There's nothing wrong with that. No
Right.
reason to let fucking Incarnation tell you blah blah fucking blah blah blah. Your shit
Well,
is
I mean, his point was that this is like a bubble in and of itself, kind of retiree living in houses bubble that is harming the market because there's an expectation that this bubble of people my age will move into into more senior appropriate housing choices, and it'd flood the housing market with vacancies that people will be. He thinks that this is holding back people from investing in new houses.
I think, I mean, I don't fully wrap my head around that, but I think a bigger issue is individuals that own multiple homes. Like there's even people in parts of my distant family that, they have 10 homes.
what's
and-
wrong with that?
I'm not saying a moral issue here. What I'm saying is that individual holding on to multiple homes and not selling them must have an effect on that equation he's talking about more than an individual that owns one home and hasn't moved yet to something else.
Yeah, well, these equations, quote unquote, have a sniffing of socialism, in my opinion. Because
I'm not disagreeing with you. If someone has
in a capitalist society, of course, you're allowed to own any damn home you want.
I'm not arguing with that. If people have the finance to have something, there's no moral aspect to that. I'm focusing on the argument that, you know, until he moves out, there isn't a housing demand. I think it's just different if someone owns 1 versus 10 or 20 or 50. If you have enough people that own all the homes, I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass at this point. Why not make more homes, period? If there's a demand for homes, who cares who owns what?
New homes are being built here. The question is at what rate? And is it, you know, do you need to have more people, more homes being built?
In your area, there's going to be a select amount of people that can afford that. I think that there's a lot of people that are looking for homes that are on the very bottom end of the spectrum. And so some type of development needs to be created that they can get into, you know, whether it's duplexes or whatever, not so much that it's given to them and it's free and it's a project, but it's something that is created that's affordable for them to start getting into the game, because they will then sell that to the next person behind them that can have it.
Yeah. I also think expectations are different than when I entered the housing market. I moved into the first house I moved into that I owned was like just an incredibly small townhouse. It was like 600 square feet.
Tiny.
And tiny, very, very tiny. And then the second house was like 1,500 square feet, no basement, but it was bigger. And that was a big enough house for me. It really was. I didn't need anything more than that.
That's a plenty big house.
Yeah, we had three small bedrooms, a kitchen, a garage, a yard. You know, it was
one bath,
2 baths.
2 full.
Yeah, you could call it full. I guess I
Well,
was saying
full
1.5.
means a place to take a shower.
You had a tub and a shower, but the master bedroom, a bath had this fantastic shower. So, you know, I'm never willing to count the other. But it was two full baths. Yeah.
Wow.
I'd like to see a poll though of people that are trying to afford their first home and how grandiose they really want it to be. Do they want it to just be practical and affordable, or are they still after their mansion? You know, do they want everything right away, or are they willing to start with what they can afford?
Yeah, I don't know.
I can only assume.
Helpel looks like he set himself up well.
He's grinding. I think he's doing a good job, and I agree that if he continues to push, as long as our economy can at least baseline where it's at, he should be able to reach his goal.
It's a good man.
If they're gonna change our financial system or whatever, or we're gonna have any major shifts in how we buy and sell stuff in the next 10 years, look, buddy.
You know what? You know what's funny? I really, this house is, you know, like over 3,000 square feet, and the only thing that I liked about it that caught my eye, and of course this was 30 years ago, I was much younger, but of all the things, what I liked is it had a fireplace, because that was always something that in my imagination I thought would be awesome to have, as a fireplace. Well, this house had 2 fireplaces.
Do you still burn?
Wait.
Still love-
Wood burning?
still love wood burning, yeah.
Wow.
So what do you buy a year for cordage?
I use much less wood. I have many fewer fires, but I haven't bought wood in 5 or 6 years because a couple oak trees went down. I had them cut down, and
You paid way more for that than a cord of wood.
yeah, but they had to be cut down anyways.
Right.
So
Well, it wasn't Norwegian wood.
no, it wasn't Norwegian wood. So I've basically been using that up for years now, and burning fewer fires.
It is. Any place that I lived that I couldn't at least have a fire outside was a sad dwelling. Like even though I don't burn fires all the time, like in winter, if I can have like a cookout or something over an open fire.
No, I don't have a bearskin rug.
That's my headspace. So that the modern home that we're in now is all gas fires.
Yeah.
So there's no wood fire, which is to me not even close to the same thing.
No, I agree. I don't care what I don't care how what I set the temperature at in the house. There's no warmth like sitting by a fire, a wood fire, and getting that warmth. That just warms you in a I don't know, some special way.
In a
That is-
piercing way. It's like
Yeah,
piercing cold.
exactly.
It's the opposite.
I would apply it to possibly even like a prehistoric way, because
It
it's
might be, yeah.
the original warmth. So
Yeah.
we're all going to have some draw to it. I think things like that, like why do men hunt in modern society? Why do men want to be around a fire, and women? There's certain things that I feel like are ingrained in our fabric, our DNA, and fire
Probably.
is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
I'm being at one or being close to nature is definitely a wholesome, healthy experience for people. I know people have
Easy, Mr. Kelsey.
phobias and stuff of bugs or whatever, and they're very modern,
See you,
living in
man.
boxes now. But yeah, being by a fire, especially if women are by the fire. But more so now, I'm not really big on hunting, but I am big on saving money. So I'll eat a deer. I'm very thankful for taking its life, and I'll clean it up good, and I'll bury the bones and everything. I'll be respectful of it.
Why bury the bones?
Because I have pits already set up for different animals, and I just like laying them to rest.
Why not? All right, okay. If your belief, that's fair, bro.
It's not a religious thing. It's just giving it back to the earth, and it keeps the coyotes off too. I think there's more than one reason, but
Right. The coyotes, you don't want them near for your
Not for me.
livestock. Yeah, I understand. Makes sense.
but do you guys get a chance to talk to people that are in their 20s, early 20s?
No, I don't.
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
Where-
family members, the extended family, the nieces and nephews and so on. I get to talk to them. Yeah.
So even the other family, are you getting a vibe from them for their interest in gardening? Does there seem to be an increase in interest in plants, taking care of plants?
No,
Okay.
some. I don't know that I would call it an interest. Some that I don't know. Some like it. There's an interest in more self-sufficiency, is what I see.
Right.
So not just a garden, but even hunting, even keeping, keeping chickens and so on. Which is a challenge in anything like a suburban or urban area. But there's an interest in it.
Right. I'm guessing it stems from insecurity on government sustainability.
Yeah, I think it also has to do with lack of trust of institutions. That where does your meat come from? Where do your plants?
That's very valid. I think that's even more accurate to our current situation than the government shutting down or the grocery not having food. It's the fact that the food that the grocery store does have is giving you cancer.
Yeah, that's one fear. It's just that even if you don't think that, you might not like factory farms that didn't really exist 50 years ago.
Have you seen them in person?
No, I haven't.
It's I don't understand. Americans talk about, being humane. There's a lot of people animal rights groups that fight for animal cruelty reasons.
Mhm.
They better not eat any Purdue, any pork, any beef. None of They should all be vegans. Because if they're buying that stuff, they're absolutely supporting some of the most inhumane growing practices imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, so these people, they don't trust the whole system of food and They might trust small producers. They might trust a producer that they are familiar with, that's local, but just in general, they're kind of soured on going to the grocery store, buying the stuff on the shelf.
Right. Well,
All right, brother.
do you guys want to keep it going? Do you guys want to run the show?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
I got to
back out.
get up early tomorrow.
What?
Yes, it's true.
I need to go because he's got to get up early tomorrow.
Well, keep
But
your eyes
the one
open
thing
for
I noticed,
scum.
Steve, you didn't seem to be like toking or drinking too much tonight. You took it easy.
Yeah, you got more energy than I do now.
Really?
Really?
Buzzed, but thank you.
No, it's
I-
not a good or a bad or a thank or anything.
Yes.
I think it's the first night I've seen you kind of just chill.
Take it
I'm
easy.
Totally
Oh.
very responsible. I've
Bottle
been
cap,
doing that.
East Wind, Smoke Wife. We still haven't seen Cup in a long time.
That's very
Cup
true.
was here earlier.
He was
No.
here?
Yeah,
I
he
don't
was in
remember
the
that.
chat. He
Oh,
said hi.
okay. As long as he's okay, that's all I'm.
He did say
Oh.
hi.
Okay.
I'm scrolling for that one.
It's way the hell up there, but he popped in. I swear to God. Yeah, well, it's been a really nice pub, nice, fun
Thanks.
topics.
Thank you for hosting it. I'm going to run out on you. Take it easy,
All
buddy.
right. See you, man.
Yeah.
Take it easy, RW.
Thanks. Good talking to you guys.
All right, you too, buddy. There he goes. Whoa, here I am. Whoa. Shakedown Street. All right. Hey, listen up. If my buddy goes live tonight, check him out. His name is Scum TV, and he has a channel on YouTube. Go there. I'll be there. And if I'm not there, don't hold it against me. You guys have been great. Topple, have a great week too, buddy. And English Bottle Cap, peace. Eastwind Farms, good night. Anyone else left? My wife, later, baby. Love you. See you in like a minute when I stumble through. And that's it. You guys have been great. You guys have been holding it down. You're awesome. Everybody's awesome. Dawn, I remember you from earlier. Everybody, be well. Try to spread the positive vibes. Let's not get hung up in the minutia of everything. We're all human beings. Treat each other with dignity and respect. And I really appreciate you all being here. You all come back next time, you hear?